Within the third bloodline, the black-robed half-saint slashed at Bubbles' body and her body shattered like glass. It was a spatial afterimage. Bubbles' true body had already appeared on the other side of the black-robed half-saint. With a wave of her claws, the space-time domain enveloped the half-saint. On the other side, Lu Ming's black wings flapped like two blades and slashed at the black-robed half-saint. At the same time, his vital essence gale poured into the Luyuan gloves and he punched the half-saint. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black-robed half-saint's expression did not change in the face of Lu Ming and Bubbles' joint attack. He released his sword Radiance and slashed twice. With one stroke, he broke the Bubbles' space-time domain. With another stroke, he blocked He Yufeng's attack and slashed at Lu Ming's fist. Boom! Lu Ming's fist seemed to have collided with a terrifying force. His body shook violently and he was sent flying. At the same time, a powerful force passed through the flowing essence gloves and blasted into Lu Ming's body, causing him to spit out blood. The power of laws. Lu Ming was shocked. The power of the law was too strong. Laws were the foundation of heaven and earth. A world was made up of different laws. The power of these laws far exceeded that of a domain. No matter how mysterious Lu Ming's chaos domain was, it was still a domain after all. It was difficult for it to resist the corrosion of the law power. In the future, Lu Ming would be able to turn the chaos realm into the laws of chaos. That way, he would be able to suppress other laws. Chirping. Bubbles shouted and used the spacetime domain. Its body kept flashing around the black-robed half-saint's body. It kept attacking and was extremely agile. The black-robed half-saint couldn't hit it at all. Get lost. At this point, the black-robed half-saint seemed to be really angry with Pow Pow. With a cold shout, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. A terrifying true essence, like black demonic fire burning, blasted in all directions. The black-robed half-saint exploded his extremely powerful genuine vitality and crushed in all directions. With that, there was no way for Paoba to dodge and her body was sent flying by this surge of primeval essence. Suppress him. The black-robed half-saint's cold voice sounded. Buzz. The 12 men in black controlled the array discs and suppressed the bubbles, sealing the void. Boom. The black-robed half-saint used his powerful vital essence to send Pow Pow flying into the area. The 12 men in black controlled the array disc and sealed the area, trapping the bubble in the void. Chirping. Bubbles cried out and used the spacetime domain in an attempt to rush out. However, the void seemed to have become an iron wall and was completely confined. Bubbles could not rush out at all. Release him. Lu Ming roared and flapped his black wings, charging towards the 12 men in black. Kill. The black-robed half-saint swung his sword horizontally. The sword Radiance was 1,000 meters long. It hit Lu Ming and sent him flying. Today, none of you can leave. This place will be your burial ground. The black-robed half-saint said coldly. He took a step forward and became one with his holy weapon and sword. He turned into a bright sword light and stabbed at Lu Ming's forehead. It was too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming could not react in time. Moreover, a terrifying force was locked onto Lu Ming, causing his muscles to tremble slightly. Whoosh! In an instant, the sword light approached. The terrifying sharpness pierced Lu Ming's glabella, causing it to hurt. Roar! At this critical moment, Lu Ming shouted loudly. He stretched his right hand forward and grabbed the blade of the black-robed half-saint's holy weapon. Zzzzzzzzz. The holy weapon and the Luyuan glove rubbed against each other, making an ear-piercing sound and sparks. Although the holy weapon sword had been caught by Lu Ming, it was still slowly moving forward. With your cultivation, don't even think about catching my sword. Kill. The black-robed half-saint bellowed. His vital essence exploded and the power of his holy weapon sword became stronger, pushing Lu Ming back. Boom! After retreating for a while, Lu Ming crashed into a mountain peak. The entire mountain peak shook violently and almost exploded. Zzzzzzzzz. The sound of friction between the combat sword and the glove grew louder. The combat sword was slowly approaching Lu Ming's glabella. Bang! Lu Ming's left hand was covered in dragon scales. It transformed into a dragon claw and grabbed the blade, stopping it from moving forward. If the sword pierced through his glabella, the terrifying destructive power would explode and Lu Ming would die. However, Lu Ming's left hand did not have the Luyuan glove. The blade of his holy weapon sword was extremely sharp. It cut through the chaos domain and quintessential essence that covered his palm, cutting through the dragon scales on his hand. Blood flowed from Lu Ming's hand, and his entire palm was almost cut off. Roar! Lu Ming did not care about the pain and tried his best to stop it. You can't stop it. The black-robed half-saint kept urging his power, and the power of the sword became stronger and stronger. Chirping. On the other side, the 12 men in black had sealed the void, and the area of compression was getting smaller and smaller. There was no way for Bubbles to escape, and she was about to be captured. Power, I need power, great power. At this moment, Lu Ming was roaring in his heart. He was too weak. In the vast Yuan continent, his power was too weak. Martial emperors were like ants. He urgently needed powerful strength. He didn't care about the consequences and madly borrowed the power of the third bloodline. You want power? I'll give it to you. At this moment, a vast, deep, and ethereal voice came from the third bloodline. Boom! When the voice rang out, Lu Ming felt an explosion in his head. Then, his mind seemed to have entered his third blood meridian. What was reflected in his eyes was an incomparably huge and boundless blood-colored ocean. The sea seemed to be filled with endless blood. But at this moment, the waves were rolling. A face appeared in the endless sea. It was extremely huge and boundless. He looked at Lu Ming with a pair of cold eyes. Power, here you go. The giant face opened its mouth and said. Boom! At this moment, endless killing intent completely drowned Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have sunk into endless darkness, and only endless power surged into his body. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair was growing rapidly. It was at least 2 meters long and was dancing in the wind. Lu Ming's body wriggled rapidly, and in the end, hideous bone spikes grew out. Lu Ming's eyes had turned completely blood-red and he had lost all rationality. Roar! Lu Ming let out a roar, like a wild beast. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming let out a loud roar, and a terrifying power suddenly erupted. Buzz! The power went directly into the holy weapon combat sword. The power went through the combat sword and into the black-robed half-saint's arm. The black-robed half-saint's body trembled violently. His arm actually exploded. He spat out blood and retreated with disbelief. You! What kind of monster are you? The black-robed half-saint shouted in shock. He had never expected that Lu Ming's form would suddenly change drastically, turning into the legendary devil from hell. Lu Ming went crazy, kill, 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 kill. Lu Ming bellowed. At this moment, he had completely lost his mind. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was to kill. Kill everyone, kill all the living creatures in the world. Whoosh! Lu Ming threw the holy weapon in his hand. The holy weapon whistled and cut through the void. It was extremely fast. An 8th-level martial emperor was pierced by the sword and died on the spot. Voila! The black wings were covered with a layer of blood-red light, which made them more powerful. With a flap, Lu Ming appeared in front of the black-robed half-saint and clawed at him. The half-saint's pupils shrank and he retreated quickly. However, he immediately realized that it was useless. Lu Ming's claw was faster than his retreat. Lu Ming's claw grabbed his body. Puchi. Following that, Lu Ming's other claw landed on his body. The Emperor's spiritual weapon and armor on his body were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. No, the black-robed half-saint shouted in fear. The next moment, Lu Ming howled and tore the half-saint's body into pieces. His spiritual god flew out in shock and was crushed by Lu Ming. A half-saint who had comprehended the laws of nature was torn apart and killed by Lu Ming. Kill, kill, Lu Ming roared. After killing one person, Lu Ming's killing intent grew stronger. Buzz. With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming was the first to charge at the 12 men in black who were imprisoning the bubbles. Imprison him. One of them roared and controlled the array disc, trying to seal the void and Lu Ming. See law. Lu Ming's claws tore and it was as if the space was about to be torn apart. The space trembled but it could not imprison Lu Ming at all. In a flash, one of the men in black was killed. With one person killed, the spatial ceiling formation broke apart. The bubble seized the opportunity and flew out. Kill, kill, Lu Ming kept on shouting and flapping his black wings. Pu, pu, pu. The other men in black were killed by Lu Ming one after another. They did not even have the chance to escape. Chirping. The bubble flew towards Lu Ming but Lu Ming did not seem to recognize it. He clawed at the bubble. The bubble immediately cast the space-time domain and retreated, avoiding Lu Ming's attack. Chirping. Bubbles looked at Lu Ming from afar, her big black eyes filled with anxiety. Roar. Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar and charged at the others. Not good, let's go. Seeing that a half-saint was easily killed by Lu Ming, the others did not dare to fight back. They all ran away frantically. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's entire body was filled with boundless energy. The black wings were boosted by this energy, and the power of a holy weapon seemed to be fully activated. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Lu Ming's body flashed and he appeared behind the 9th-level martial royal realm expert who was controlling the holy weapon. Go to hell. The man was terrified. He waved the iron rod in his hand and swept it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and the holy weapon, the iron rod, was sent flying. The terrifying power flowed through the iron rod and into the opponent's hand, causing it to explode. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed. The man could not fight back at all and was torn apart by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he charged at another person. With a wave of his hand, that person was killed. Following that, Lu Ming's body flashed and hunted non-stop in the void. Lu Ming was unrivaled. One by one, Lu Ming took down one of them. Their screams echoed in the night sky. There were dozens of experts, all of whom were at the 7th-level martial emperor realm and above. They scattered in all directions. Lu Ming was like a demon, chasing and killing them everywhere. Half an hour later, Lu Ming caught up to the last person hundreds of thousands of miles away and killed him. This time, all the experts who had come to besiege Lu Ming were annihilated. After killing so many experts, Lu Ming's killing intent did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became stronger. The ice-cold killing intent made people shiver. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming roared. His heart was filled with endless killing intent. He wanted to kill everyone in the world. Chirping. Bubbles appeared not far away. They looked at Lu Ming worriedly and fearfully, not daring to approach him. Buzz. Lu Ming suddenly looked at Bubbles. He flapped his black wings and charged towards Bubbles. Bubbles was alarmed and hurriedly cast her spacetime domain to retreat rapidly. Lu Ming continued to chase after the bubbles. However, after a while, he realized that he could not catch up to the bubbles. He roared and flew into the distance. Bubbles' body flickered and swallowed the black-robed men's holy weapons and storage rings one by one. Then, she followed Lu Ming from a distance, worried beyond measure. Beneath his feet was a boundless mountain. Lu Ming flew at high speed, like a demon tearing through the night sky. In the forest below, some wild beasts and demonic beasts were swept by Lu Ming's killing intent. They instantly trembled and hid in their respective cave abodes in fear. Lu Ming's blood-red eyes swept across the mountain forest below. He did not stop and continued flying. It seemed that the level of the wild beasts and demonic beasts below were too low and not worth his time to kill. The boundless mountain continued to pass under his feet. A huge castle appeared in front of them, built on a towering mountain. There were guards around the castle. Roar! At the sight of the castle, Lu Ming let out a loud roar that echoed in the night sky. Who is it? The guards of the castle discovered Lu Ming instantly. Kill! Lu Ming roared loudly. He flapped his black wings and rushed towards the castle. This is the Lu clan's castle. Stop right there. Ah! The guard shouted, but at the next moment, he screamed in pain as he was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming dashed past them and more than 10 corpses fell to the ground. Enemy attack. The entire castle was alarmed. The war drum sounded, and experts flew out of the castle one after another. The 4th, 5th, 6th, and all the way to the 8th level of the martial royal realm. These people flew out and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming roared and rushed into the crowd. A moment later, these experts were all dead. Demon! Someone shouted in fear and retreated frantically. Close the gate and activate the formation. Someone shouted in the castle. Then, the gate of the castle closed and a large formation rose. Kill! Lu Ming dashed toward the castle and punched the array. Boom! The array shattered immediately. Lu Ming dashed past it and the gate of the castle exploded. Lu Ming rushed into the castle and started a massacre. A demon! Run, quickly run! The entire castle was in chaos. Countless people rushed out in all directions. Demon, I'm going to kill you. An elder at the 9th level of the martial royal realm charged at Lu Ming and was killed in one move. It seemed that the LV9 martial royal realm was the strongest in this castle. The others were all below LV9 martial royal realm. Mother, mother, I'm scared. Not far away, a tender cry was heard. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl who looked extremely cute. Her small face was flushed red and she was extremely frightened at this moment. She was tightly hugging a young woman beside her. Xiang, the young woman hugged the little girl tightly and looked at Lu Ming in horror, wanting to retreat. Roar! Die! Lu Ming roared. His figure was like the wind as he rushed toward the little girl and the young woman. He clawed the little girl. Cloud Dragon Valley Master takes action. Mother, the little girl hugged the young married woman tightly. Her big eyes were filled with fear but were also filled with innocence as she looked at Lu Ming. At the sight of this pair of eyes, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. This pair of frightened and innocent eyes seemed to have touched Lu Ming's heartstrings. Lu Ming's rationality, which had been completely drowned by the murderous intent, recovered a little. No, I can't kill innocent people. The little bit of rationality he had left roared. Kill, kill, kill. There was even more boundless killing intent. Loud roars rang in Lu Ming's mind, urging him to slaughter the world. Don't kill my mother. The little girl was very scared. She hugged the young girl tightly and looked at Lu Ming with her big eyes. She spoke in a trembling voice. No, I can't kill him. I can't kill him. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His face turned extremely ferocious. Roar! In the end, Lu Ming let out a terrifying howl and his figure soared into the sky. He flew frantically into the distance and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Xiangxiang, the young woman, hugged the young girl, her tears falling like rain, her whole body trembling in fear. Lu Ming roared as he flapped his black wings frantically. At this moment, the only trace of rationality left in his heart was engaged in an intense battle with the endless killing intent. Not far away, a white light flashed and bubbles appeared. They looked at Lu Ming worriedly. Bubbles! Leave, quickly leave! Lu Ming roared. He was afraid that if he lost control, he would even kill Bubbles. Chirping. Bubbles shook her head and looked at Lu Ming from afar. Lu Ming roared and continued to fly forward. He felt that he couldn't control himself anymore. The endless killing intent was about to drown his rationality again. He was about to turn back into a killing machine. He was unwilling, but the endless killing intent was too strong, and it kept attacking his rationality. At this moment, he only wanted to kill all the living beings in the world. Whoosh! Lu Ming was like a black lightning bolt, flying across the sky. After flying for an unknown distance, a huge forest appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. In the forest, the ferocious beasts roared and were full of vitality. Kill! Lu Ming could no longer control himself. He rushed into the forest and tore a 7th-grade emperor tiger into two. Lu Ming's killing intent grew even stronger as he bathed in blood. His last shred of rationality was once again drowned by the killing intent. All that was left was to kill. Lu Ming was hunting the ferocious beasts in the forest crazily. One by one, the powerful beasts died at Lu Ming's hands. Roar! A half-saint giant bear tried to slap Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming punched through the bear's palm and cut off its head with his black wings. At this moment, Lu Ming's strength was so powerful that he could kill a half-saint instantly. One by one, the ferocious beasts in this huge forest fell to the ground. Lu Ming was bathed in blood and had killed countless ferocious beasts. At this moment, a gentle-looking elder suddenly appeared in the sky above the forest. This elder was actually Lu Ming's master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Ming-er. Even the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes flashed with shock when he saw Lu Ming. What kind of power is this? Bloodline? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master frowned. Chirping. At that moment, Bubbles appeared not far from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He waved his little claws, cried out, and gestured non-stop. Spacetime Spirit Mouse. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes revealed a hint of shock as he muttered, Ming-er is really lucky. Even the Spacetime Spirit Mouse is with him. But sometimes, the more lucky you are, the deeper your tribulation will be. It's really difficult. With that, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master turned to Bubbles and said, Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Ming-er. With that, he took a step forward and walked toward Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming had also discovered the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. His eyes burst with a shocking killing intent. With a loud roar, he charged at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. With a flap of his black wings, he brought with him a violent gust of wind as he slashed at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's expression was gentle. He pointed his finger like a sword and sliced it slightly. A beam of sword chi appeared and slashed at the black wings. The black wings were blocked, but Lu Ming roared and punched at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Ming-er, wake up! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master shouted, and the sound waves surged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body was sent flying and his head was buzzing. It'll give you strength. At this moment, the voice from the third bloodline rang out in Lu Ming's mind again. An even stronger force surged into Lu Ming's body, making him look even more ferocious and full of killing intent. Bang! Lu Ming took a step in the void and charged madly at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The power of the bloodline. What kind of bloodline is this? It's so strange. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master frowned. With a wave of his hand, a huge palm appeared in the air and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a long hiss. A blood-red light burst forth from his body and rushed toward the large hand. Boom! Lu Ming was crushed by the huge hand and his body was sent flying. He crashed into the ground and created a huge pit. The giant hand trembled and then cracked. What powerful strength! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master murmured as his vital essence surged. A mysterious force was controlled by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, forming a huge claw that grabbed at Lu Ming. That was the power of the laws. This time, the huge claw contained the power of laws. Roar! Lu Ming roared and rushed out of the crater. The blood-red light around him almost materialized and blasted towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's hand. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled and invisible waves of air swept in all directions. The giant trees within hundreds of miles were swept away and exploded. This level of destructive power was already extremely shocking. One had to know that this was the Yuan continent, not the Divine Wilderness. If this was in the Divine Wilderness continent, this power would have caused the ground to crack and split open for millions of miles. Lu Ming was sent flying once again. The huge hand only trembled a little but did not dissipate. It continued to move toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming rushed forward again. His body had cracked due to the influx of too much power into his third blood meridian, and blood was flowing out continuously. After all, there was a limit to the strength of Lu Ming's body. He had already endured too much power and could not channel more power. Otherwise, his body would collapse. Lu Ming threw another punch at the giant palm. He was sent flying again, but this time, a second palm formed behind him and grabbed him. Lu Ming roared and struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the palm. Suppress! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master murmured. He clenched his fist in the air and burst with power, grabbing Lu Ming tightly. No matter how Lu Ming struggled, he could not break free. His cultivation was far inferior to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's. Ice Seal! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master continued to speak. A terrifying cold air emanated from his palm, and Lu Ming's body was immediately covered in a layer of ice. Sealed in ice for half a year, Lu Ming roared. Blood-red light burst forth and shattered the ice, but more ice covered Lu Ming's body. Gradually, the ice on Lu Ming's body grew thicker and thicker. In the end, it turned into a huge ice block, sealing Lu Ming inside. Lu Ming's body was frozen and he could not move at all. The terrifying cold air seeped into his body and mind, as if it was going to freeze his killing intent. Then, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand and a round pearl flew out. It floated above Lu Ming's head and endless cold air continuously poured in, solidifying the ice. Chirping. Bubbles cried out and flew near the ice block, her face filled with worry and concern. Alright, I'll suppress Ming Air's killing intent with my saint weapon. I'll take him back to Dragon God Valley and put him in the 10,000-year-old Ice Jade. I'll use the Ice Jade's cold air to erase Ming Air's killing intent. Little guy, come back to Dragon God Valley with me. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Alright. Pow Pow nodded and landed on the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's shoulder. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand and kept the ice block that sealed Lu Ming. He took a step forward and left the place. Not long after, the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley returned to Dragon God Valley and placed Lu Ming in the 10,000-year Ice Jade. He used the cold air of the Ice Jade to erase the cold air on Lu Ming's body. Time flew by, and the days went by. Not long after, the treasure sealing assembly ended, and the news of the event also spread throughout the Azure region. This time, it was still the Tianshan sect that suppressed everyone and seized the throne of the first place. The two ancient treasures continued to be kept by the Tianshan sect. In this time's treasure auction, the Tianshan sect had displayed an even more terrifying strength. The Divine Child, number 1 of the 10 demon-level geniuses, lived up to his name. He continued to take first place, suppressing all the other demon-level geniuses, and stood at the peak of the Azure region's younger generation. No one could match him. The most shocking thing was that a new heaven's favorite had appeared in the Tianshan sect. His strength was terrifying, second only to the deity, and he had obtained the second place in this competition. From then on, the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent were reshuffled, and the Tianshan sect occupied the first 2 places. It could be said that their limelight was unparalleled. The matter of Lu Ming challenging the Divine Sun in 3 years was pushed to the forefront of the news. There was news that the Divine Sun had returned to the Tianshan sect after the end of the treasure auction and was preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the Saint Realm. With the deity's talent and his many years of cultivation in the half-saint realm, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to break through to the Saint Realm. 3 years later, what would Lu Ming have to compete with the Divine Sun who had reached the Saint Realm? Many people even said that it was impossible for Lu Ming to have a chance to compete with the Divine Sun. If he participated in the treasure-fixing assembly, he would most likely be killed by the demon who was ranked second in the Divine God sect. In this time's treasure auction, Dragon God Valley had suffered heavy losses. Many powerful heaven's favorites were killed by the Tianshan sect. Even Zifeng, one of the top 10 monstrous talents, returned with serious injuries. In the Azure region, almost every place was talking about what had happened in this year's treasure sealing assembly. It was only after several months that the storm slowly calmed down. Of course, Lu Ming did not know about all this. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Lu Ming had been frozen in the 10,000-year ice jade for half a year. On this day, a cracking sound came from the 10,000-year ice jade. Finally, it completely cracked. Lu Ming's eyes, which had been closed for half a year, opened. There was still a faint trace of killing intent in his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash and was concealed by Lu Ming. Where am I? Lu Ming looked around and realized that he was in an underground ice cellar. There were cold ice blocks everywhere. His eyes revealed a trace of confusion. He only remembered that when he was besieged by evil spirit, he had no choice but to borrow the power of the third bloodline. In the end, he was drowned by the endless killing intent and completely lost his mind. Later on, because of a little girl, he regained some of his rationality and rushed into a forest. He could not remember what happened after that. What happened after that? Ming-er, you're awake. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. An old man walked over. Master. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The old man was his master, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Master, did you save me? Lu Ming stood up and bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master as he asked curiously. I have left a mark on you and your fellow disciples. Within a certain range, I can sense it. Fortunately, you were not too far from Dragon God Valley, so I sensed it and rushed over immediately. If you were too far away, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming felt a lingering fear. It was true. If the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had not saved him, he would have been reduced to a killing machine. The final result would have been to be besieged and killed by other experts. Chirping. At that moment, a screech was heard. A white light shot out from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's shoulder and flew into Lu Ming's arms. It was Bubbles. At this moment, Bubbles was curled up in Lu Ming's arms. Its furry body rubbed against Lu Ming's body with all its might. Bubble. Lu Ming stroked Bubbles' soft fur and felt very sorry. He must have hit Bubbles back then. Master, how long have I been asleep? Lu Ming asked. It's been half a year. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Half a year. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not expect that he would sleep for half a year. My cultivation. Lu Ming sensed his cultivation and realized that he had a breakthrough. He was at the peak of the 5th level Martial Emperor realm back then. Now, he had actually broken through to the early stage of the 6th level Martial Emperor realm. He had probably digested a little of the endless energy in the bloodline. The energy in the 10,000-year ice jade had also surged into his body, pushing his cultivation to break through in the past half a year. My chaos domain has also reached level 6. Lu Ming thought to himself. Ming what happened to you back then? Why did he completely enter the slaughter status? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked. Master, on my way back from the Tsang Mountains, I was ambushed by evil spirit cult. Following that, Lu Ming told him everything that had happened in the past. Evil spirit, it's actually evil spirit. It seems like evil spirit has really revived. Ming perhaps it's because of your performance in the Tsang Mountains that evil spirit has set their eyes on you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes turned solemn. In being targeted by evil spirit? Lu Ming frowned. The evil spirit cult specializes in hunting people with the potential to become emperors, or even great emperors. Perhaps they think you have the potential to become an emperor, so they sent people to kill you. Cloud Dragon Valley guessed. Maybe. Lu Ming muttered. However, he felt that it was not that simple. Perhaps it had something to do with the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Back then, he had used the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel to destroy Elder Mo Hun's physical body. Elder Mo Hun might not have died. Ming so you're saying that the reason you entered that slaughter status was entirely because of your bloodline? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Yes, I am. Lu Ming nodded. I've never heard of such a bloodline. There's actually such a strange bloodline in this world. Ming in the future, try not to use this bloodline as much as possible. In fact, you might even not use it. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Chapter 1560 Traveling the World. Lu Ming nodded. The third bloodline was too strange. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. The third bloodline, the endless blood sea, and the giant face above the blood sea. What was that? How could there be such a bizarre bloodline in this world? It was completely different from any other bloodline. It was impossible for any other bloodline to possess such fearsome power. Furthermore, it seemed to have its own will. Ming although I've sealed you in the 10,000-year-old ice jade and used it to erase your killing intent, some of it has already seeped into the depths of your heart and even your soul. This is also a potential danger. In the future, you might be affected by this hidden killing intent and slowly change your personality to become a bloodthirsty person. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Master, what should I do? Lu Ming asked. Go out and gain experience. Walk in the world and nature, temper your heart, and use the chi of the world and nature to eliminate the killing intent in the depths of your soul. Only in this way can you truly get rid of the influence of the killing intent on you. It will also be of great help to your future cultivation. To become a saint, you need to master the divine law, which is also in the world and nature. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Yes, Master. Lu Ming nodded. Go out and train for a year. A year later, you'll return to Cloud Dragon Valley and I'll send you to a place. That place might be of greater help to you when you defeat the Divine Child in 2.5 years. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Clearly, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master already knew that Lu Ming had challenged the Divine Son. Master, what place is it? Lu Ming was curious. It's a place full of endless dangers and opportunities. Before you go there, you must erase the killing intent in the depths of the spiritual god. Otherwise, you'll probably be affected by it and become a bloodthirsty person. You'll know when you come back in a year. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming was helpless and could only give up. That's right, Master. There seems to be an expert from the intentionless saber sect among the people from Evil Spirit. Lu Ming suddenly said. The intentionless saber sect? It seems that some sects have already been infiltrated by Evil Spirit. I will discuss this with the Valley Master and the other sect masters. You don't have to worry too much. Alright, go out. 7th and 8th, we've been waiting for you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master began to frown, but he soon smiled. Lu Ming nodded. This matter concerned the top sect of the Azure Continent. With his current strength, he could only reveal the news. He couldn't interfere with anything more. He believed that the sect leaders of the top sects in the Azure Continent would be more concerned about the fact that Evil Spirit had infiltrated them. There was no need for him to worry. Senior brother Tian Chui and senior sister Shui. Then, Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. He followed the Cloud Dragon Valley Master out of the ice cave and came to a glacier valley. This place was still a part of Cloud Dragon Valley. Two figures were waiting outside. They were Tian Chui and Xuaningxin. Little junior brother, you're finally awake. It's great that you're fine. Little junior brother, you've been sleeping for half a year. When Tian Chui and Xuaningxin saw Lu Ming, they smiled. 7th senior brother, 8th senior sister, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled as well. He then swept his gaze across the room and said, Congratulations, senior brother and sister. Your cultivation has broken through to LV7 Martial Emperor realm. In half a year's time, Tian Chui and Xuaningxin's cultivation had improved greatly. They had already reached the 7th level of the Martial Royal Realm and had entered the ranks of high-level Martial Royal Realm. If we don't hurry up, junior brother will catch up with us. Tian Chui laughed. You guys can chat first. If you go out, you don't need to report to me. You can just come back a year later. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. He took a step forward and disappeared. Little junior brother, let's go. We haven't seen each other for half a year. Let's go and have a few drinks. Tian Chui grinned. All right. Lu Ming readily agreed. The three of them went to Tian Chui's cave abode. Tian Chui took out more than 10 jars of fine wine. Xuaningxin was very forthright. She picked up a jar and drank it in one go. Junior sister, drink slowly. I don't have that much wine for you to drink like this. Tian Chui eagerly said. Stingy. Xuaningxin disdainfully glanced at Tian Chui, causing Tian Chui's face to turn bitter. Lu Ming laughed heartily and picked up a jar of fine wine. The three of them drank to their heart's content. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Ming bade farewell to Tian Chui and Xuaningxin, then strode out of Cloud Dragon Valley. After a while, a beam of light cut through the void. Lu Ming stepped on the air and left Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming did not take the space-breaking flying shuttle as it was meaningless. Lu Ming did not have a goal for this trip. As the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had said, he wanted to walk in the natural world and borrow the chi of nature to wear down the killing intent in the depths of his soul. Chirping. In Lu Ming's arms, the bubble called out. It opened its mouth and a long spear flew out from it. Black Dragon Spear. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Back then, when they were surrounded by many evil spirit cult experts, Lu Ming had thrown out the Black Dragon Spear and killed one of them. He did not manage to retrieve it in time and it turned out that it had been kept by Pao Pao. Lu Ming grabbed the black dragon spear and kept it in his sea of consciousness. Thank you, Bubble. Lu Ming touched Bubble's furry little head. Peoba called out softly, revealing a comfortable expression. Then, she opened her mouth and 5 weapons flew out. All of them were saint weapons. A battle blade, a battle sword, an iron rod, a small mountain, and a pagoda. It was the holy weapon that evil spirit had used to kill Lu Ming. Huh, Bubble, you're amazing. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and put away the 5 holy weapons. Following that, a few dozen more storage rings flew out from its mouth. Needless to say, they were all storage rings left behind by the people who had besieged Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overjoyed and kept all of them. Then, he took out all the spirit herbs and fed them to Bubbles. Bubbles took a ginseng that was even bigger than his body and gnawed on it. Bubbles' cultivation base is also progressing very quickly. Lu Ming sensed carefully with a smile on his face. The Titan longhorn beetle had given Bubbles a time and space spinel back then. With the help of the spinel, Bubbles had improved rapidly. Lu Ming's flying speed was not fast. After he left the Dragon God Valley, his speed became even slower. He had no purpose and just flew as he pleased. If he sensed something or was thinking about something, he would stop. Sometimes, when he saw the beautiful scenery, his mood was lifted. He would stop and enjoy the beautiful scenery. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked ahead and his expression changed. In front of them, there was a huge fortress on a towering mountain. Lu Ming's thoughts could not help but go back to half a year ago. When he was drowned by the murderous intent, he had fought his way into a castle. That castle was the one in front of him. He didn't expect that he would come to this place again. Chapter 1561 Life form. Back then, Lu Ming had been completely drowned by his killing intent. He had lost all sense of self-awareness and had fallen into a frenzy of killing. Later, because of a little girl, he became a little more clear-headed and stopped killing. But it was too late. By that time, many people in this castle had already died in his hands. It was also because he had recovered a bit of his consciousness that he had some impression of this castle. Since you're here, let's go pay our respects. Lu Ming sighed slightly. The people in this castle could be said to have no grudges with him, but he had killed many of them. Lu Ming felt guilty. Lu Ming had always been a person who drew a clear line between gratitude and grudges. He would take revenge for grudges and repay kindness for kindness. He would never kill the innocent. The people he had killed were all people who had enmity with him or wanted to kill him. Lu Ming would never have done that if he had not been influenced by his endless killing intent. At the thought of this, Lu Ming stepped forward. Who's there? This is the Lu clan's castle, stop. As they neared the castle, a few burly men flew out and stood in front of Lu Ming, looking at him warily. The Lu clan? You have the same surname as me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He cupped his fists and said, I'm Lu Ming, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. I heard that the Lu clan fort was attacked half a year ago, and many people were killed or injured. I'm here to pay my respects. Are you a disciple of the Dragon God Valley? The few burly men's expressions changed. That's right, this is my identity token. Lu Ming took out the Dragon God Valley identity token and handed it to the other party. The other party took a look, and his expression eased a lot. He said, so it's the disciple of Dragon God Valley. I've been disrespectful. This place was not very far from Dragon God Valley. Small forces like them were still in awe of a big sect like Dragon God Valley. My ancestors used to be friends with the Lu clan. I'm here to pay my respects when I heard the bad news about the Lu clan. Lu Ming repeated. Yes. Half a year ago, the Lu clan was suddenly attacked by a demon and suffered heavy casualties. I wonder if the demon was sent by our enemy. Young master, please follow me. One of the burly men sighed, then made a pleased gesture and walked forward. Lu Ming felt helpless. The devil that the other party was referring to was naturally him. He followed the burly man and flew for a while before arriving at the back of the castle. There were many tombstones here. Half a year ago, more than 100 people died and were all buried here. The burly man said. Lu Ming looked at the tombstones, then cupped his fists and bowed deeply. Although Lu Ming had no choice that day, it was still his fault. From now on, the Lu clan's fort's matters are Lu Ming's matters. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Big brother, it's you? Suddenly, a crisp and tender voice sounded. Lu Ming turned around and was shocked. A young woman and a little girl of 6 or 7 years old were standing not far away. The little girl was looking at Lu Ming with her big, black eyes. This little girl was the one who helped Lu Ming regain his consciousness during the massacre. The young woman was the little girl's mother. Big brother. The little girl called out again. In her large eyes, there was a hint of fear, but there was more curiosity. This little girl recognized me. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. Half a year ago, when the power of the third bloodline surged in, Lu Ming's appearance was completely different from now. Back then, his eyes and hair were blood red, and his body was covered with bone spikes. He looked like a demon. Even his aura was completely different. Even a martial arts powerhouse would not be able to recognize Lu Ming. This little girl did not seem to have started cultivating. How could she recognize him? Xiang, do you know this big brother? The little girl's mother asked. The little girl nodded and didn't say much. Young madam, this is an expert from the Dragon God Valley. His ancestors used to be friends with the Lu clan. He has heard of the bad news and is here to pay his respects. The burly man explained. So you're a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Thank you for coming to pay your respects. The young woman bowed to Lu Ming. You're welcome. Lu Ming returned the salute with cupped fists. He then looked at the little girl and said, What's your name? My name is Xiang, Lu Xiang. The trace of fear in the little girl's eyes slowly faded. She looked at Lu Ming curiously. Xiang, good name. Lu Ming said. At this moment, his eyes emitted a strange glow as he sized up the little girl. He was very curious about this little girl. How did the other party recognize him? Moreover, this little girl was able to make him recover from the killing. It was definitely not because of her young age that Lu Ming felt compassion for her. Back then, he had completely lost his mind and had no compassion. All he had was to kill. There must be another reason. Lu Ming was now casting a secret skill. This secret skill was obtained from the memory fragments of the 9 dragons. When this secret skill was used, it could roughly see a person's physique and check a person's talent. Of course, this was under the condition that the other party didn't resist with true essence at all. In Lu Ming's eyes, Lu Xiang had changed. She seemed to have turned into a ball of light, a ball of dazzling radiance, filled with endless vitality. What a strange physique. What an amazing physique. After a long while, Lu Ming removed the secret skill and his eyes were filled with surprise. A peerless genius. This little girl was simply a peerless genius. She was more talented than any other geniuses that Lu Ming had met. She was like a piece of unpolished jade that had not been carved. Even Lu Ming was shocked by the vast vitality hidden deep in his body. Could it be the legendary body of life? Lu Ming thought of a legend and he was shocked. In this world, there were some terrifying physiques that were born from birth. It was difficult to discover them unless one had special means. However, they were universally shocking. The body of life was one of them. If it's a living body, then it can explain why the other party was able to make me regain a trace of consciousness. It can also explain why the other party was able to recognize me. Lu Ming's thoughts were flying. The body of life was astonishingly sensitive to all kinds of living creatures. As long as he could recognize a person through their life characteristics, this was a talent that outsiders could not learn. The two of you, Lu Ming has something to do and would like to have a private chat with Xiang. Is that all right? Lu Ming said to the young woman and the middle-aged man. The young woman was a little hesitant. Don't worry. I can see that Xiang is very talented and have the intention to take her as my disciple. So, I have a few questions to ask. Lu Ming explained. Take Xiang as a disciple? The young woman's eyes lit up. Lu Ming was an outstanding disciple of Dragon God Valley. If Xiang Bela could be her disciple, she would naturally be happy. Alright, young master, please ask. The young woman hurriedly said before leaving with the large man, standing in the distance and looking over. Only Lu Ming and Xiang remained at the scene. Xiang, since you know who I am, aren't you afraid of me? Don't you hate me? Lu Ming looked at Xiang Bela and asked. Lu Ming's first true disciple, I'm not afraid. Xiang Bela shook her head and said, I know that Big Brother didn't do it on purpose. You didn't have a choice. That's why Xiang Bela isn't afraid of Big Brother now. She also doesn't hate Big Brother. Xiang Bela spoke. Her voice was very tender, but it was reasonable. Big Brother thanks Xiang. Then, this matter will be a secret between the two of us. Xiang, don't tell anyone, not even your mother, okay? Lu Ming said gently. Alright, Xiang won't say it. If Xiang says it, mother and the others will be afraid of Big Brother. Xiang Bela shook her head. Her small braids swayed, and she looked very cute. Good Xiang. Xiang, Big Brother will take you in as a disciple and teach you martial arts. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled. To be honest, Lu Ming was really tempted to take him in as a disciple. The body of life was too shocking. If other people knew about this, countless experts would fight to take Xiang as their disciple. Even some great emperors would fight to take her as their disciple. Lu Ming did not want to miss out on such a good opportunity. Perhaps, this was karma, fate. Good, Xiang has long wanted to cultivate martial arts. Xiang Bela happily nodded her head. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He then nodded at the young woman in the distance and the two of them flew over. The two of you, Lu Ming has the intention to take Xiang as his disciple, and she has agreed. Lu Ming said. Thank you, young master. Xiang, why aren't you kneeling to pay respects to master? The young woman was overjoyed. Xiang Bela pays her respects to master. Xiang Bela knelt down obediently and kowtowed to Lu Ming, acknowledging him as her master. Quickly get up. Lu Ming hurriedly helped Xiang Bela up, feeling overjoyed. Then, he stretched out his finger and touched the space between Xiang Bela's eyebrows. A ray of light flashed and disappeared. Xiang, I've passed on a cultivation technique to you. Your physique should be very suitable for this step of the cultivation technique. In the future, cultivate according to this cultivation technique. Lu Ming said. The cultivation technique that he had just passed on to Xiang was called the Universal Scripture. It was also a cultivation technique from the Nine Dragons' memory. It was very brilliant and mysterious. However, Lu Ming's physique did not match it and he could not cultivate it at all. However, it was the best to pass it on to Xiang as a foundation. Lu Ming took Xiang as his disciple and taught her cultivation techniques. The young woman was very happy. She felt that she had become more familiar with Lu Ming and started chatting with him. Through their conversation, Lu Ming learned that the young woman's name was Lu Wanjun. Xiangxiang's mother was the young madam of the Lu clan. Xiangxiang's father was the young master of the Lu clan. However, he had passed away a few years ago when he was out adventuring. Xiangxiang Beila's grandfather was the clan head of the Lu clan fort. Back then, when Lu Ming went berserk and attacked, Xiangxiang Beila's grandfather was in seclusion, so he managed to escape. Lu Ming secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the person closest to Xiangxiang Beila did not die in his hands. Otherwise, Xiangxiang Beila might have a grudge against him. Thump. 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 At that moment, a loud drum sound was heard from the Lu clan fort. It was the sound of war drums. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The Zhao family, it's the Zhao family. An anxious shout was heard as figures rushed out of the Lu clan's fort. At the same time, the entire Lu clan's fort glowed with a brilliant light as the formation was activated. Lu Wanjun and the middle-aged man's expressions changed. The Zhao clan is here again, damn it. The middle-aged man was furious. I'm afraid that they're not here with good intentions. Lu Wanjun's expression was grave. Young madam, you guys stay here. I'll go take a look. The middle-aged man flew toward the front of the castle and met up with the other people from the Lu clan. Let's go and take a look, let's go, Lu Ming said as he held Xiangxiang Beila's hand and walked forward. Lu Wanjun quickly followed. There were already many figures standing in front of the Lu clan's fort. They were all experts from the Lu clan. However, Lu Ming noticed that there were not many experts at a glance. There were pitifully few high-level martial emperors above the 7th-level martial emperor realm. The leader of the group was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He seemed to be at LV8 martial royal realm. Grandpa. Xiangxiang Beila called out softly as she looked at the old man. Outside the Lu clan's fort, there was a huge warship. The warship was towering and menacing, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. Buzz. A burly middle-aged man stepped out of the warship. His aura was violent and his cultivation was at LV8 martial royal realm. This is Zhao Tianba, the head of the Zhao family. Lu Wanjun stood beside Lu Ming and whispered. Old Lu, I've given you a month's time. Have you thought about it? Hurry up and surrender to the Zhao family. Zhao Tianba's voice reverberated throughout the entire Lu clan fort. Don't even think about it. Xiangxiang Beila's grandfather shouted. Zhao Tianba's face darkened, if you don't surrender, they'll kill every single one of you in the Lu clan fort. Boom. The aura on Zhao Tianba's body became even more violent, and it pressed toward Xiangxiang Beila's grandfather. Xiangxiang Beila's grandfather did not give in at all and used his aura to resist. What's going on? Lu Ming asked Lu Wanjun. Half a year ago, the Lu clan encountered a great disaster. A demon descended upon us and many high-level martial royal realm experts died in our hands. Our strength was greatly weakened. The Zhao clan took advantage of this and tried to take over the Lu clan. They came here once a month and said that they would give the Lu clan a month to consider. Otherwise, they would raze the Lu clan to the ground. Lu Wanjun explained. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. In the world of martial Tao, the strong preyed on the weak. Regardless of whether it was a large sect or a small faction, it was the same. Without strength, one would be swallowed up by other factions. Weren't the 13 top powers of the Azure continent the same? If a large number of sages in Dragon God Valley died, the Tianshan sect and other sects would immediately send people to annex Dragon God Valley. Old Lu, if the Lu family is looking for death, don't blame us. Don't think that you can stop the Zhao family with a broken formation. Zhao Tianba coldly said. Buzz. Buzz. and NBSP whoosh. One figure after another flew out of the huge warship. The moment these figures flew onto the warship and stood in front of the Lu clan's fort, their powerful auras burst forth, forming a terrifying pressure. Many of them were high-level martial royal realm experts, above the 7th level. The terrifying aura made the people from the Lu clan's fort turn pale. So many experts. Did the Zhao clan turn out in full strength? They're determined to get our Lu clan fort. Many people from the Lu clan's fort spoke out, their voices trembling. The Lu clan had suffered heavy losses, how could they fight against the Zhao clan? Boom! An old man stepped out from the crowd of the Zhao clan. His terrifying aura spread out, causing the expressions of many people from the Lu clan to turn even uglier. LV9 Martial Royal Realm. The old man from the Zhao clan was a LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert. In forces like the Lu clan and the Zhao clan, LV9 Martial Royal Realm was the peak of existence and dominated everything. The Lu clan fort had a 9th level Martial Royal Realm Grand Elder. Unfortunately, he was killed by the demon half a year ago. Lu clan, if you don't surrender, then don't even spare a chicken or a dog. The 9th level Martial Royal Realm Elder from the Zhao clan spoke coldly as he struck his palm toward the Lu clan's castle. Take a blood oath, then get lost. The LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert from the Zhao clan attacked with a terrifying aura. A huge palm formed and covered the sky, shrouding the entire Lu clan fort. Boom! In the end, the huge palm landed on the Lu clan's fort's defensive formation. The defensive formation shook violently and only stabilized after a long time. It's blocked, it's blocked. Many people from the Lu clan fort were overjoyed. Their defensive formation had blocked the others' attack. Humph, how can a broken formation stop me? The 9th level Martial Royal Realm Elder from the Zhao clan said coldly. His palm glowed, and a spear appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying sharp chi. A saint weapon? You have a saint weapon? Xiang Beila's grandfather shouted in shock. It's an honor for your Lu clan to be destroyed by my holy weapon. The LV9 Martial Royal Realm Elder from the Zhao clan laughed out loud. His vital essence burst out as he thrust his long spear toward the Lu clan's castle. Whoosh! The holy weapon spear seemed to grow in size rapidly. Like a pillar that reached the sky, it stabbed heavily into the defensive formation of the Lu clan's castle. Boom! The defensive formation of the Lu clan's fort began to shake violently. Gotcha! In the end, a crack appeared on the defensive formation of the Lu clan's fort. The crack grew bigger and bigger until it finally exploded with a loud bang. The Lu clan's defensive formation had been broken. Everyone in the Lu clan fort turned as pale as a sheet. Now that there were only a few powerful cultivators in the Lu clan, how could they fight against the Zhao clan without their defensive formation? Could it be that the Lu clan fort was really going to wipe out all of them? Young Master Lu Ming, please wait a moment. Please take Xiang away. You are a disciple of Dragon God Valley. The Zhao family would not dare to touch you. Lu Wanjun's face was pale and she looked at Lu Ming pleadingly. She only hoped that she could save Xiangxiang's life. Lu Ming shook his head. You don't want to? Lu Wanjun was in despair. Just tell the Zhao family to get lost. Lu Ming continued to speak and Lu Wanjun's eyes lit up. People of the Lu family, you're so stubborn. Kill. The elder at the LV9 Martial Royal Realm from the Zhao clan broke the Lu clan's defensive formation with a single spear strike. He was overbearing and arrogant. He wielded his holy spear like a god, ready to take the lives of the Lu family members. His spear was about to strike the Lu castle. The terrifying aura made Xiang Beila's grandfather, who was at the LV8 Martial Royal Realm, feel desperate. Boom! At this moment, a stone the size of a water tank flew out of the Lu clan's fort. It flew toward the LV-9 martial royal realm expert from the Zhao clan at a terrifying speed. Due to the high speed, the rock rubbed against the air and burned like a shooting star. The 9th level martial royal realm expert from the Zhao clan changed his expression. He turned his saint weapon spear around and stabbed it at the rock. Boom! The rock exploded, but the elder's body shook and he couldn't help but retreat 3 steps. Who is it? The LV-9 martial royal realm elder from the Zhao clan shouted with an unsightly expression. He was actually forced to take 3 steps back by a rock. Me! A clear voice rang out. Lu Ming rose into the air and stomped toward the 9th level martial royal realm expert from the Zhao clan. Lu Ming had casually grabbed a stone from the side and threw it out. Although it was just an ordinary stone, it contained Lu Ming's quintessential essence and chaos domain. It was as heavy as a mountain and forced the other party to take 3 steps back. Young Master Lu Ming. Lu Wanjun's face turned pale. However, on second thought, Lu Ming was a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. The Zhao family would not dare to touch him. Kid, who are you? The 9th level martial royal realm old man from the Zhao clan said coldly. You have no right to know who I am. Now, I'll give the Zhao clan a chance. If you realize the blood oath, you will never invade the Lu clan fort again. Then, get lost immediately. Lu Ming said calmly. Ha ha ha. Not only did his words make the 9th level martial royal realm experts from the Zhao clan laugh, but even Zhao Tianba and the other members of the Zhao clan laughed. Who is this kid? What a big tone, you actually want us to take a blood oath and then get lost. I'm afraid this kid has gone mad, what a joke. Leave this kid to me. I'll kill a LV-6 martial royal realm expert with one move. The crowd from the Zhao family laughed sarcastically. Who is this person? In the Lu clan fort, many people were also looking at each other. Family head, this man is called Lu Ming. He is a disciple of Dragon God Valley. He has even taken Xiangxiang as his disciple. The middle-aged man who had led the way for Lu Ming came to Xiangxiang Beila's grandfather and reported in a low voice. Disciples of Dragon God Valley. Xiangxiang Beila's grandfather's eyes lit up. Then, he sighed and said, it's a pity that his cultivation is too weak. He's only at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. However, he's a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. I don't think the Zhao family would dare to touch him. If there's a big battle later, let him take Xiangxiang away. He had the same thought as Lu Wanjun, which was to leave with Xiangxiang. The 6th level martial emperor realm was too weak to turn the tide. It seems like you guys aren't leaving. Lu Ming said calmly. Nonsense. Today, well, make sure not a single chicken or dog is left in the Lu clan fort. No, well, leave the young woman behind. The 9th level martial royal realm expert from the Zhao clan said coldly. Sigh, I didn't want to kill anyone during this period of time, but you guys just have to send yourselves to death. Lu Ming suddenly heaved a long sigh. During this period of time, he really didn't want to kill anyone, because if he wanted to kill someone, he had to be filled with killing intent. His killing intent would grow stronger if he used his killing intent. His main goal now was to obliterate the killing intent in the depths of his soul. But now, it seemed like he had no choice but to kill. Big words, I'll kill you first, die. The LV-9 martial royal realm expert from the Zhao family shouted coldly. He wielded his holy spear and charged at Lu Ming. Be careful. Xiangxiang Beila's grandfather, Lu Wanjun, and the others couldn't help but shout. Buzz! At this moment, the black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. A dragon's roar was heard as the black dragon spear burst out. A spear radiance clashed with the opponent's long spear. At the moment of collision, Lu Ming cast, storing power 13 strikes. The 13 attacks overlapped and exploded. The terrifying power passed through the spear and entered the man's body. The man screamed and was pushed back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The hand that was holding the spear exploded because of the power. Now, with Lu Ming's cultivation at the 6th level of the Martial Emperor realm, it was very easy for him to deal with an ordinary 9th level Martial Emperor. Kill, die. Lu Ming shouted. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the other party. At the same time, he activated the divine sword technique and stabbed into the other party's spiritual god. Arg! The other party screamed as he felt like his soul was about to be torn apart. Whoosh! The spear radiance pierced through the void like a rainbow and pierced through the dantian of the LV-9 Martial Royal Realm Elder from the Zhao clan, destroying his spiritual spirit in one fell swoop. Ah! The other party screamed and stopped breathing, his corpse falling to the ground. He was dead. A LV-9 Martial Royal Realm expert with a holy weapon was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. The entire place fell silent. Whether it was the people from the Zhao clan or the Lu clan, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 1564 Deterrence. With a cultivation of LV-6 Martial Royal Realm, he had killed a LV-9 Martial Royal Realm expert with 2 moves. It was almost an instant kill. This was too shocking. He's a heaven's favorite, a peerless heaven's favorite. He must be a peerless heaven's favorite from Dragon God Valley. Xiangxiang Beilao's grandfather was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was definitely a peerless heaven's favorite, and an extremely terrifying one at that. To be honest, he had lived for so long, but he had never heard of such a person. What else could he be if not a peerless heaven's favorite? That's amazing. Young Master Lu Ming is actually so powerful? Lu Wanjun was also dumbfounded. Then, at the thought that Lu Ming had already taken Xiangxiang as his disciple, she was extremely happy. For such a genius to take Xiangxiang as a disciple, this was Xiangxiang's great fortune. Buzz! Lu Ming reached out his palm and sucked the long spear of the LV-9 Martial Royal Realm Elder into his hand. Do you all still want to continue fighting? Lu Ming looked at Zhao Tianba and the rest coldly. Zhao Tianba and the others all shivered, their faces pale. Fight again? How to fight? Even the Zhao clan's most powerful great elder, LV-9 Martial Royal Realm expert who wielded a holy weapon, was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. What could they do to fight? Are you looking for death? If you don't want to fight, then make a blood oath that you will never invade the Lu clan. Let me tell you, Dragon God Valley will protect the Lu clan from now on. Lu Ming said coldly. Are you from the Dragon God Valley? Zhao Tianba spoke with great difficulty. Not bad. Lu Ming said. So, it's the pride of the Dragon God Valley. We were blind to not know that the Lu clan has a connection with the Dragon God Valley. We swear now that we will never invade the Lu clan ever again. Zhao Tianba hurriedly said. Upon hearing that Lu Ming was from Dragon God Valley, Zhao Tianba had completely given up on the idea of attacking the Lu clan. Lu Ming, who was only at the 6th level of the Martial Royal Realm, could easily kill a 9th level Martial Royal Realm expert. Such a heaven's favorite was definitely a rare one in Dragon God Valley. His status was not to be underestimated. If they disobeyed such a person, they would not dare to invade the Lu clan's castle even if they were given 100 times more guts, unless the Zhao clan wanted to be destroyed. At once, Zhao Tianba and the higher-ups of the Zhao clan swore a blood oath that they would never invade the Lu clan's castle again. Then, they boarded the warship and left. Who? The people from the Lu clan's fort heaved a long sigh of relief, knowing that they had dodged a calamity. Lu Zhenghao. Thank you for your help, young Master Lu Ming. Xiangxiang Beila's grandfather came to Lu Ming and gave him a fist salute. "Senior, you don't have to be so polite. I'm Xiangxiang's master, so I naturally won't sit idly by," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Young Master Lu Ming, please come in." Lu Zhenghao quickly invited Lu Ming into the Lu clan fort. Lu Ming nodded and went into the Lu clan fort with Lu Zhenghao and the rest. Lu Zhenghao immediately ordered the servants to prepare a banquet to celebrate Xiangxiang's apprenticeship. After the banquet, Lu Ming, Lu Zhenghao, Lu Wanjun, and the higher-ups of the Lu clan sat on both sides of the hall. Of course, little Xiangxiang was beside Lu Wanjun. The higher-ups of the Lu family were overjoyed. Since Xiangxiang Beila was able to become Lu Ming's disciple, she could be considered to have established a connection with the Dragon God Valley. In the future, with the Dragon God Valley as her backing, no one would dare to touch the Lu clan's fort in this area. "Xiangxiang, come here." Lu Ming looked at Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang Beila came to Lu Ming obediently. A storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He put it on Xiangxiang Beila and said, "I have something to do during this period of time. I can't bring you back to Dragon God Valley to cultivate for a while. There are some spirit herbs and elixirs in here that can assist you in your cultivation. There are also some spirit weapons, inscription scrolls, and so on. You can keep them for your use." "Thank you, Master," Xiangxiang Beila said obediently. "Yes, I will be back in a year and take you back to Dragon God Valley." With that, Lu Ming's body glowed and he tapped the area between Xiangxiang Beila's eyebrows 3 times. "I've left 3 marks on your body. Each mark has the power of a full-force attack from me. If anyone tries to harm you, the mark will appear and kill them." His words made some of the Lu clan's people's hearts tremble. They knew that Lu Ming's words were meant for them. Lu Ming had just given Xiangxiang a storage ring. With his status, he would definitely not hold back. Some people would inevitably be greedy. However, his words made some people's greed disappear completely. "Clan head Lu, I'll be staying at the Lu clan fort for a few days. First, I'll bring Xiangxiang to cultivate and let her join us. Second, I know a little about the Tao of inscriptions. I'll set up a large array around the Lu clan fort in the next few days. Even a half-saint won't be able to break it in a short time." Lu Ming looked at Lu Zhenghao. Lu Zhenghao was overjoyed. He thanked Lu Ming repeatedly. "Xiangxiang, follow me." Then, Lu Ming pulled Xiangxiang Beila, took a step forward, and disappeared. After a while, Lu Ming brought Xiangxiang Beila and appeared on a mountain peak not far away. Then, Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and Ming Lian walked out. Xiangxiang Beila looked at the 2 identical Lu Mings in astonishment. Her dark eyes were filled with curiosity. The second clone smiled and took a step forward. He appeared around the Lu clan's castle and began to inscribe a defensive formation. He had put in so much effort because, firstly, he felt guilty towards the Lu clan. Secondly, Xiangxiang was going to stay in the Lu clan for the next year. He was also thinking about her safety. The inscription clone began to inscribe the formation, while Lu Ming took over and taught Xiangxiang Beila how to cultivate. Before Xiangxiang Beila started cultivating, her bloodline had yet to awaken. Now, the first step was to help her awaken her bloodline and enter the first level of martial cultivation, the connective meridian level. "Xiangxiang, sit properly and do as I say," Lu Ming instructed. Xiangxiang Beila sat cross-legged on the ground obediently. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and tapped a few hundred times around Xiangxiang Beila's body. Streams of essential core flowed into her body. After a while, Xiangxiang Beila's body started to emit a green radiance. "What is this?" At this moment, Lu Ming discovered a shocking scene. The grass around Xiangxiang Beila began to grow rapidly. In a short while, the grass had grown taller than Lu Ming and drowned him and Xiangxiang Beila. Lu Ming's essential core shook and the grass turned into powder. However, there were still grass growing on the ground, and the green light on Xiangxiang Beila's body was getting stronger. Buzz! At this moment, a green ball of light flew out from Xiangxiang's spine. On the green ball of light, there were 9 golden chakras that were shining. Divine level 9th rank bloodline, this. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This ball of light was, without a doubt, a bloodline. But wasn't this the first bloodline? How could it be a level 9 divine level expert? It had directly reached the highest level. What was going on? Lu Ming's spiritual sense entered Xiangxiang Beila's body and sensed it carefully. Amazing, it's really amazing. It seems like there's only one bloodline. Lu Ming's current cultivation level was very high. In addition to the secret skill in the 9 dragons' memory that could see through one's talent, he could naturally sense it very clearly. Xiangxiang Beila seemed to only have one bloodline. In the future, when she cultivated, she would not be like others who would awaken a second or third bloodline. No wonder she was a level 9 divine level expert the moment she appeared. Terrifying cultivation speed and NBSP hoo-hoo. After Xiangxiang Beila's bloodline appeared, wisps of green energy gathered around the mountain and between heaven and earth. They flowed into Xiangxiang Beila's body and began to flow through her meridians. Not long after, a ray of light shot into the sky. This is the first divine meridian. It's so fast. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. But then, the second and third light beams shot out. All 3 holy pulses had been opened. Lu Ming was already speechless. This speed was too shocking. Back then, when Lu Ming had just stepped into martial arts, he had spent a lot of effort to open up his 3 divine meridians. He had even used the true war dragon technique to open them up. But now, it had only been a few minutes, and Xiangxiang Beila had already opened up all 3 divine meridians. Once the 3 holy pulses were opened, Xiangxiang Beila's cultivation naturally entered the first realm of a martial artist, the warrior realm, and she reached the first-grade warrior realm. However, this was far from over. Between the heaven and earth, there was a constant flow of green energy that gushed into Xiangxiang Beila's body. Xiangxiang Beila naturally circulated her universal scripture cultivation technique to absorb and refine the energy. Her petite body was completely enveloped in a ball of green light. You've already learned how to use the universal scripture? Lu Ming was getting more and more surprised. Hoo. The energy in the world was constantly being refined by Xiangxiang Beila. Her aura became stronger and stronger, and her cultivation level was also rising crazily. 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade. In less than half a day, Xiangxiang Beila's cultivation had reached the 9th grade warrior realm. Then, after a while, Xiangxiang Beila's body let out a loud sound. She had broken through to the 1st grade master realm. Lu Ming was already numb to it. He had just started cultivating, and in just half a day, his cultivation had already reached the 1 Dan master realm. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Talent. This was what talent was. Lu Ming's own talent was far inferior to Xiangxiang Beila's. Lu Ming's mouth was about to split into a smile. He knew that he had picked up a treasure. This disciple's future achievements would most likely be extremely shocking. At this moment, Xiangxiang Beila's cultivation finally stopped increasing. She opened her eyes. Is this my bloodline? With a thought, Xiangxiang Beila's bloodline flew in front of her, and she started to examine it curiously. With a thought, her bloodline would fly into her spine and hide. It would then appear and hide again. She was having a lot of fun. How wonderful, my body. Xiangxiang Beila took a step forward and was a few meters away. Then, green true energy spread out from her body, and grass grew under her feet. Xiangxiang, in the future, try not to reveal your bloodline and cultivation in front of others, understand? Lu Ming urged. Xiangxiang Beila's current cultivation was still weak, and if she revealed too much of her abilities, she would probably be targeted by people with ill intentions. Yes, Xiangxiang understands. Xiangxiang Beila nodded obediently. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming began to impart his cultivation experience and a few martial arts techniques that were more suitable for Xiangxiang Beila to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Xiangxiang Beila's progress was simply too shocking. It was practically an increase of 1 realm a day. 7 days later, Xiangxiang Beila's cultivation had already reached the 7th grade master realm. However, as her cultivation level increased, Xiangxiang Beila's improvement finally slowed down. At this moment, the inscription of the secondary body array was finally completed. It was time for Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming took Xiangxiang and returned to the Lu clan fort. He found Lu Wanjun and Lu Zhenghao and handed Xiangxiang to them. Shizuan, Xiangxiang is waiting for you to come and pick me up. Xiangxiang Beila blinked her big black eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Of course. Lu Ming touched Xiangxiang Beila's little head. He then bade farewell to Lu Zhenghao and Lu Wanjun and left the Lu clan fort. And NBSP hoo-hoo. As the wind blew on his face, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. After passing through the mountains, they began to see cities. Lu Ming's body shape began to change as well. He turned into an ordinary young man with dark skin. Now that evil spirit had set its eyes on him, he naturally had to be more careful on this trip. It was the safest to travel in disguise. This time, he didn't have a goal and just walked casually. Sometimes, he would feel something and sit on the top of a mountain, watching the sun rise in the east and set in the west, watching the clouds roll and relax, and the sky filled with multicolored light. He sat there for a month. During this process, he didn't cultivate. Instead, he emptied his mind and forgot everything. It was as if he was one with nature. A month later, he left the place. In the middle of a volcano, Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the mouth of the volcano. He let the flames engulf his body and wear down the killing intent in the depths of his heart and soul. He was like an old monk in meditation. Another month passed. After that, he came to a land of ice and snow. He laid down on the glacier and let the snow cover his body, but he fell asleep. This sleep lasted for another month. Just like that, Lu Ming traveled all over the Tsang region, appreciating the different sceneries. His mind and body were empty, and he became one with nature. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year's time was almost up. The Feng family village was a very small village with only a few dozen families. It was located in the far west of the Azure continent. In the village, in front of a wooden house, a dark-skinned young man was holding a piece of wood in his left hand and a small knife in his right hand. He was carving seriously. The knife flew in the young man's hand smoothly and harmoniously, as if it was one with nature. The wood splinters flew everywhere, and soon, a piece of wood turned into a woman, a peerless woman with the beauty to topple a country. Big brother Lu, is this your lover? It's so beautiful. A young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, with slightly dark skin, but healthy and beautiful, skipped over and looked curiously at the wooden statue in the young man's hand. This young man was naturally Lu Ming, who had traveled all over the Azure region. 3 months ago, Lu Ming had come to this small mountain village in the far west of the Azure region. This small mountain village was simple, natural, and sincere. Lu Ming liked this small mountain village very much. He settled down in this small mountain village and became a carpenter in the village. He would help the village fix the furniture, and when he had nothing to do, Lu Ming would carve some statues. Oh, really? The Ling girl is also very beautiful? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The young lady in front of him was called Feng Ling. She was the granddaughter of the village chief. Lu Ming's small wooden house was located near the village chief's wooden house. As they went back and forth, Lu Ming, Feng Ling, and the village chief were very familiar with each other. Oh, really? Hee hee. Feng Ling laughed excitedly, like a northern sparrow. Big brother Lu, you should also carve a statue for Feng Ling. Feng Ling looked at Lu Ming in anticipation. Alright, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Lu Ming smiled and his gaze fell on the statue that he had just carved. The statue was Xia Nianking's appearance. The wooden statue gave off a faint fragrance that made one's mind calm and enter a state of emptiness. Chapter 1566 Phoenix Cry Phoenix Incense Wood. This small mountain village actually has so much phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming felt rather emotional. There were faint patterns on the wood. It looked like a phoenix. It was a very precious spirit wood, phoenix incense wood. The phoenix incense wood would emit a faint fragrance. Martial cultivators often carried it with them. It could calm one's heart and prevent inner demons from forming. It was very helpful for cultivation comprehension. Although it couldn't be compared to the path understanding ancient tree, it was still a very precious treasure. This small village actually had a lot of such spiritual wood. Some villagers even used it to make some furniture. It could be said to be extravagant. As a carpenter, Lu Ming had collected quite a lot of phoenix incense wood. He carved them into statues, accessories, and other items, planning to give them to his friends and family in the future. They would be of great help to his cultivation. The 1-year period is almost up. In a few days, I should leave and return to Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming thought to himself. He liked his life in this small mountain village very much. It was a memorable day, but he had to leave in the end. He didn't belong here. After nearly a year, Lu Ming had completely erased the killing intent in the depths of his soul. Now, his eyes were warm and pure, like a clear spring. In the past year, he had never deliberately cultivated. However, his cultivation base was still slowly rising. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm, and his chaotic domain had also reached the peak of the 6th level. This year, he did not deliberately try to comprehend the chaos domain, but it was not like he did not gain anything. He felt that he was in perfect harmony with heaven and earth. As for the chaos realm, it was also comprehended from nature. He felt that as long as he spent some time, he would be able to upgrade the chaos realm to level 7. Moreover, because of his compatibility with nature, he would definitely be able to comprehend the chaos realm faster than before. Little brother Lu, Lingling, it's time to eat. A slightly aged voice sounded. It was the voice of the village chief, Grandpa Feng Ling. "I'm coming, Grandpa." Feng Ling responded and pulled Lu Ming. "Big brother Lu, let's go and eat. Grandpa has prepared a few bottles of good wine today." Lu Ming put away Xia Nianking's statue and followed Feng Ling into the village chief's small courtyard. "Little girl, you want to drink again?" A white-haired old man in his 60s looked at Feng Ling kindly and scolded her with a smile. "Grandpa, I'll just drink a little, just a little." Feng Ling ran in front of the old man, pulled his arm, and shook it hard. "Good, good, you little girl." The old man patted Feng Ling's little head lovingly. The three of them sat down, and the village chief poured 3 cups of wine for them to eat and drink. Buzz! Right at this moment, a bird's cry rang out from the distance, reverberating through the entire world. The three of them couldn't help but look towards the north. It's calling again. The phoenix is calling again. It's been half a month. I'm afraid this area will not be peaceful anymore. The village chief sighed. "Grandpa, is there really a divine phoenix in the heavenly wind plains?" Feng Ling asked curiously. That's right, according to the ancient legends, there is indeed a divine phoenix in the heavenly wind plains. The village chief said. Grandpa, why do I hear the phoenix cry like it's wailing in pain and despair? Feng Ling said. I feel the same way. I don't know what happened. I hope nothing happened. The village chief sighed, seemingly deeply worried. A divine bird phoenix? Lu Ming's gaze was also directed to the north. He frowned slightly. The heavenly wind plains was one of the 6 forbidden areas of the Tsang region, and this small village was not far from the heavenly wind plains. According to the village chief, the phoenix incense wood was blown out from the heavenly wind plains. However, since half a month ago, the cries of phoenixes could be heard from time to time in the heavenly wind plains. They were filled with despair and unwillingness. Buzz! Buzz! In the northern sky, a few rainbows flashed. Finally, a martial arts powerhouse has been attracted here. The village chief sighed as he also saw the rainbow lights. Soon, the 3 of them finished eating and drinking, and night fell. In the night sky, Lu Ming stood in mid-air, looking into the north. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! In the northern sky, rainbow lights would flash across the sky from time to time like meteors. Each rainbow light was a martial arts master. Lu Ming took a look and returned to the wooden house to rest. In the next few days, the cries of phoenixes continued to ring out, and more experts arrived. They could even see groups of powerhouses whistling through the sky. The phoenix had been chirping non-stop for half a month, so there must be something unusual. When the nearby experts heard the news, they would naturally dare to come and check. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew north. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the outskirts of the breezy plains. It was a spectacular sight to see the heavenly wind plains from high up in the sky. The heavenly wind plain was filled with endless gales. Tornadoes as large as mountain ranges were howling in the heavenly wind plain, moving and breaking through the sky. There were countless giant tornadoes in the vast skygale plain. These tornadoes were so terrifying that even a saint would be cut into pieces if he were to enter. There had been many saints who had wanted to go in and explore, but they had all died inside. That was why the heavenly wind plains was known as one of the 6 forbidden areas of the Tsang state. However, the strange thing was that the tornadoes seemed to only move within a certain range and would not leave that range. The area outside the breezy plains was very calm, as if they were in 2 different worlds. Outside the heavenly wind plain, many people were standing in the air, looking at the plain, but no one dared to enter. The people from the Desire Poison sect and the Heaven God sect. Lu Ming muttered. He discovered that among the experts who came here, the Yudu sect and the Tianshan sect had the most people. This was also within reason. The Yudu sect and the Tianshan sect were located in the western part of the Tsang region and were the closest to this place. Naturally, the number of people who rushed here was the highest. There were also some scattered experts from small forces. At that moment, some uninvited guests arrived in the small mountain village. These were a few burly men who were floating above the village chief's wooden house. Their expressions were haughty, and their powerful auras enveloped the village chief and Feng Ling, causing their bodies to feel as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain. From their clothes, they were obviously from the Tianshan sect. Old man, I'll ask you a few questions. Answer me honestly. A middle-aged man with cold and arrogant eyes looked down at the village chief and said in a commanding tone. Yes, milords, if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. This old man will definitely tell you everything he knows. The village chief hurriedly bowed and nodded. The village chief had lived for a long time, so he naturally knew how to deal with people. These people had strong cultivation, and they were at least at the martial emperor realm. Although their small village also cultivated, the village chief had the strongest cultivation, and he was only at the spiritual god realm. In front of these emperors, the village chief naturally had to be respectful. Chapter 1567 Stealing someone's tablet. The arrogant middle-aged man seemed to be satisfied with the village chief's attitude. He nodded and said, "Since you live here, do you know when the phoenix's cry in the heavenly wind plain started?" "About half a month ago, it was very loud, but now, it seems to be getting weaker and weaker," the village chief answered honestly. "Oh? Half a month ago? Do you have any legends about the heavenly wind plains in your village? Tell me in detail," the icily arrogant middle-aged man ordered. The village chief told him about the legend of the breezy plains in detail. After the village chief finished speaking, the few heaven god sect disciples frowned and pondered. Then, their eyes swept across the village chief's courtyard, hoping to find some clues. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and appeared in front of a chair in the courtyard. After taking a closer look, he revealed a surprised expression. "Phoenix incense wood, this is actually made of phoenix incense wood. To actually make a chair out of phoenix incense wood, this is simply a waste of God's gift." With that, he waved his hand and kept the chair. The other middle-aged men were envious as they looked around. "That stool is also made of phoenix incense wood. And this bamboo steamer is also made of phoenix incense wood." The middle-aged men's eyes lit up, and their bodies flickered as they collected all the items. The bed inside too." The arrogant youth laughed and was about to rush into the room. "Hey, how can you guys be like this? That's my bed. If you take it away, where will I sleep?" Feng Ling couldn't help but call out. "What did you just say?" The icily arrogant middle-aged man turned around and a powerful aura pressed down on Feng Ling. Feng Ling's body trembled and she retreated continuously, blood flowing out of her mouth. However, Feng Ling was extremely stubborn and was about to speak again. The village chief quickly went forward and stopped Feng Ling. He cupped his fists towards the few burly men of the heavenly god sect and said, "Milords, please forgive me. My granddaughter is still young and insensible. Milords are all heroic figures, please don't lower yourself to her level. Keep her mouth shut, or she won't even know how she died." The icily arrogant middle-aged man said coldly. The village chief naturally agreed. The icily arrogant middle-aged man walked into the room and kept Feng Ling's bed. Bang! And NBSP at this moment, a wooden house in another part of the village collapsed, sending dust and smoke into the air. A few green-robed youths took away a wooden pillar. Obviously, other than the few men from the heavenly god sect, there were other people who had come to the village and found the phoenix incense wood. There's still more in the other houses. Let's go. Don't let the people from the Desire Poison sect finish taking them. When the few burly men of the Heaven God sect saw this, they immediately rushed to the houses of the other villagers. In their eyes, this village was simply a treasure trove. They had to plunder it clean before anyone else discovered it. A few burly men from the Heaven Deity sect rushed to the houses of the other villagers and started plundering them wantonly. Any villagers who tried to stop them would be sent flying with a slap. "Grandpa, what kind of big sect are these disciples from? They're like bandits." Feng Ling was indignant. "Sigh, the world of martial Dao has always been the law of the jungle." Village chief sighed, and in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "No, that's the ancestral hall." After saying that, the village chief hurriedly rushed towards the largest stone house, and Feng Ling quickly followed. At this moment, the few burly men of the Heaven God sect and a few green-robed young men had already arrived in front of the stone house. Those memorial tablets inside are actually all phoenix incense wood. "We're rich, we're rich." A burly man from the Heaven God sect cried out in surprise. "That's ours." The green-robed young men's eyes lit up. "Don't even think about it, we found it first. The cold and arrogant middle-aged man from the heavenly god sect said. The few of them strode forward and were about to rush into the stone house. "Milords, milords, please wait." The village chief rushed over and blocked the stone house. He bowed and paid his respects. "Old man, what are you doing? Get lost." The cold and arrogant middle-aged man berated. "My lords, inside are the memorial tablets of my village's ancestors. Please don't take them away. I'm begging you." The village chief immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. In the stone house, there were the memorial tablets of the village's ancestors. Other things could be taken away, but he could not let others take away the memorial tablets. Otherwise, how would he have the face to face his ancestors? "You old fart, get lost." The icily arrogant middle-aged man kicked out and sent the village chief flying. The wall of the stone house was smashed into pieces. The village chief sprawled on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Grandpa!" Fengling shouted and rushed towards the village chief to help him up. Seeing that the village chief was only injured, she was relieved. She then glared at the cold and arrogant burly man and the others, scolding, "I can't believe you're the disciples of a big sect. You're no different from bandits. No, you're even worse than bandits. You even want to snatch the memorial tablets of other people's ancestors. Little slut, what did you say? You're looking for death." The icily arrogant middle-aged man's body emitted an icy cold killing intent. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Fengling, sending a slap towards her. The icily arrogant middle-aged man had already used some of his strength in this slap. With Fengling's cultivation base, she would definitely die from this slap. However, the arrogant middle-aged man's palm was caught by a large hand halfway. A dark-faced young man had appeared in front of Fengling without her noticing and grabbed the icily arrogant middle-aged man's wrist. The black-faced young man was Lu Ming. Just now, he had gone to the outskirts of the windy plains to check out the situation. He had not found anything unusual, so he returned to the village. He did not expect to see this scene. "Big brother Lu." Fengling called out subconsciously. "I'm sorry I'm late." Lu Ming nodded to Fengling and the village chief. "Brat, you dare to stop me? You're courting death." The arrogant middle-aged man saw that the person who was holding him was a black-faced young man who looked very ordinary. In addition to the conversation between Lu Ming and Fengling, he thought that Lu Ming was from this small village. He immediately roared and his killing intent burst out. Boom! The essential core in his body exploded, trying to break Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He clenched his fist and a terrifying force rushed towards the other party. And NBSP Kacha Kacha. In an instant, the icily arrogant middle-aged man's true energy was scattered. The bones in his arm were broken inch by inch, like a piece of mud. My hand. The icily arrogant middle-aged man screamed in pain. Bang! Lu Ming grabbed the cold and arrogant middle-aged man's arm, lifted him up, and threw him heavily on the ground as if he was a broken sack. The ground trembled as the arrogant middle-aged man smashed a human-shaped hole in the ground. Lying in the hole, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. All the bones in his body were broken, and he was like a pool of mud. On the side, the other burly men of the heavenly god sect and the green-robed young man were stunned for a moment. Then, a few of the burly men of the heavenly god sect shouted crazily, "Brat, you dare to hit the people of my Tianshan sect, you're looking for death. I'm going to skin you alive. You're too noisy." Lu Ming said coldly. He moved his body and then heard banging sounds and shrill screams. When Lu Ming reappeared, the people from the deity sect and the green-robed young man were all lying on the ground, wailing. They were stacked on top of each other, and it was unknown how many bones in their bodies had been broken. Their storage rings were all in Lu Ming's hands. Chapter 1568 Kill one if they come, I'll spare your lives today. Next time, I'll definitely kill you. Lu Ming spoke with a cold killing intent. Then, he kicked out. The 5 or 6 people from the deity sect and the desire poisoned sect were sent flying like a ball. They disappeared into the sky and flew for an unknown distance. If not for the small village, Lu Ming would have already killed these people. At the side, the village chief and Feng Ling were dumbfounded. It was only then that they realized that Lu Ming, who had lived with them for 3 months, was also an unfathomable expert. "Village chief, are you all right?" Lu Ming asked. "It's nothing serious. Sigh, I'm just afraid that these people will come back." The village chief sighed. "If they come again, I'll kill them one by one." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Then, Lu Ming passed the storage rings that he had obtained from the Heaven God sect and the Yudu sect to the village chief. However, the village chief did not dare to take out the villagers' furniture for fear that other experts would see them and bring trouble to himself. The village chief even walked into the ancestral hall and put away those memorial tablets. As for Lu Ming, he sat down on a chair in the village chief's courtyard and waited quietly. There was a small mountain peak outside the sky and wind plains. A few young men in white robes stood with their hands behind their backs and looked into the distance. "Those guys are getting more and more daring. I told them to go to the small village to inquire about the situation, but they haven't returned yet." One of the young men said coldly. "Wait for a while more. If he hasn't returned, you guys go and check." The young man in the middle seemed to be the leader of the group. Soon, a few hours had passed, and a few middle-aged men were flying towards the mountain peak in a hurry. These middle-aged men were the people who had gone to the small mountain village just now. Although they had all their bones broken by Lu Ming, they were all martial emperors and had extremely strong vitality. They had recovered a little by now and had rushed over. "What's going on?" The young man in the lead swept his gaze around and discovered that a few of the burly men were injured. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes. "Young Master Luo, you have to seek justice for us. We found the phoenix incense wood in that small village. We wanted to bring it to show our respect to young Master Luo, but there was an expert in that small village. Not only did he refuse to give it to us, but he also beat us up. He was so arrogant that he didn't even put our Tianshan sect in his eyes." The cold and arrogant middle-aged man shouted. "Phoenix incense wood? That small village has phoenix incense wood?" The eyes of young Master Luo and the other young men lit up. "That's right, there's indeed phoenix incense wood, and there's quite a lot of it," the arrogant middle-aged man said. "Humph, people from a small village actually dare to hit the people of my Tianshan sect. You're really looking for death. Let's go." Young Master Luo shouted coldly, and with a few other young men and middle-aged men, he flew towards the small village in an aggressive manner. Nearby, the others saw this and revealed curious expressions. The people of the Heavenly God sect are so aggressive. What do they want to do? Could it be that someone has offended the Tianshan sect? Look at the direction they're heading. It seems to be that small village. Interesting, let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. There were quite a few people in the vicinity, and they followed young Master Luo and the others towards the small village. In the small village, in the village chief's courtyard, Lu Ming was sitting on a chair, resting with his eyes closed. The village chief and Feng Ling, on the other hand, seemed rather anxious. They were afraid of the revenge of the Tianshan sect. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes and said coldly, "They're here." The village chief's face paled. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. From the north, young Master Luo and the others stepped on the air and arrived above the village chief's courtyard. They looked down at Lu Ming and the rest. You are the one who injured the people of my heavenly god sect? Young Master Luo glared at Lu Ming coldly. Not bad. Lu Ming replied indifferently. It's fine if it's you. Take your own life so that I don't have to do it. Young Master Luo said coldly. He sneered and was too lazy to answer young Master Luo's question. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged men behind young Master Luo and said, I just said that if you come again, they'll kill you. It seems that you didn't take my words seriously. Humph, brat, don't be so arrogant. You're the one who's going to die today. The arrogant middle-aged man shouted. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes glowed even more sharply. You're looking for death, kill. Young Master Luo said in a cold voice. A cold killing intent burst out from his body. His powerful aura burst out and enveloped the entire village. Lu Ming actually dared to ignore him. A lowly ant from a small village actually dared to ignore him. He was a heaven's favorite of the Divine Sky sect, with a cultivation at the peak of the 6th level of the martial royal realm. The aura of the peak LV6 martial emperor realm enveloped the entire village. The huge pressure even made some villagers kneel down in fear. I'm telling you, I'm not from this village. If you need anything, just look for me. It has nothing to do with the villagers. Lu Ming said coldly. Unrelated? I'm telling you, not only will you die today, but all these lowly ants will die. Young Master Luo said coldly. Boom! A huge palm condensed and descended from the sky. It was as if it covered the sky and the sun, enveloping the entire village. He wanted to flatten this village with a single palm strike. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming was furious. He was completely furious. An extremely cold killing intent burst out. He had been tolerating them because he was worried about the villagers. Previously, he had not killed those middle-aged men because he was worried about the villagers. But now it seemed that for a sect like the Tianshan sect, it was useless to be patient. They could only kill. Kill until the other party was afraid, and then they would naturally retreat. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and a fist force soared into the sky, shattering the huge palm print. Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged towards young Master Luo and the rest. His powerful aura pressed down on the other party. I've already given you a chance. You're the ones who are seeking death. Lu Ming said coldly. Peak LV6 Martial Royal Realm? Humph, no wonder you're so arrogant. But let me tell you, there's a world of difference in combat strength between the same level of cultivation. Young Master Luo said. A spear of divine punishment appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and thrust the spear at Lu Ming. However, he was met with Lu Ming's punch. The punch was destructive. When it hit the spear of God punishment, the spear of God punishment was shattered. The terrifying fist force broke young Master Luo's defense and hit his dantian, penetrating it. Young Master Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand how an ordinary young man he met in a small village could be so terrifying. He was at the same level as him, but he killed him in one move. He was a heaven's chosen of the Tianshan sect. How dare you? The other young men and the middle-aged men were so scared that their faces turned pale and they stuttered. This dark-skinned young man had killed young Master Luo with one punch? Chapter 1569 Meeting Acquaintances, Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning, and his killing intent was like a knife as he charged at the other young men. The fist radiance seemed to be able to crush everything. The few young men were killed before they could even scream. Then, his cold gaze swept over the few middle-aged men. The few middle-aged men were covered in cold sweat and their faces were pale. Spare me, spare me. The arrogant middle-aged man was the first to kneel down, his body trembling. "I've said it before, if you come again, I'll kill you. But you didn't take my words to heart, so you're asking for death," Lu Ming said coldly and then smacked his palm down. The middle-aged men were only low-level royal realm martial artists. How could they stop him? They were killed by a single palm. What a domineering method. Not far away, there were other people who had come to watch the show. At this time, they were also amazed. No one had expected that a person from a small village would be so bold and powerful. He had killed the people of the Heavenly God sect, including a few Heaven's Pride experts, with such a crushing force. There's going to be a good show. There are more than a few people from the Heavenly God sect. I'm afraid that many experts have gone crazy. That's right. It won't be long before the people of the Heavenly God sect come to kill us. These people discussed and retreated. They're all dead. The village chief was dumbfounded, and then he was worried. He had killed so many people from the Heavenly God sect. The Heavenly God sect would definitely come for revenge. What should he do? Village chief was worried. "Village chief, do you have any intention of moving to another place to live?" Lu Ming asked. This small village was too weak. In this world of martial Dao, it could be destroyed at any time. Just like today, if it was not for Lu Ming, Feng Ling would most likely have been killed. In that case, it would be difficult for the village chief to survive. In the end, if he angered the cold and arrogant middle-aged man and the others, the entire village would also be destroyed. This was because the village didn't have a powerful martial force, but it had phoenix incense wood. In the past, it hadn't been discovered, but now that it had been discovered, it was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. This was the sorrow of the weak. "Grandpa, let's leave this place," Feng Ling advised. "Sai, we also want to leave, but in the Tsang region, there are powerful beasts everywhere. Even one emperor-level beast can easily destroy our village. But here, we are close to the Heavenly Wind Plains. The Heavenly Wind Plains has a phoenix that can scare away all the beasts, so we are safe. As for those big cities, we have to spend a large number of raw gemstones to live in them. We don't have that many raw gemstones." The village chief sighed. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but they had nowhere to go. "Village chief, I have a Grotto Heaven treasure. You can enter the Grotto Heaven treasure first. After that, I'll bring you to a place," Lu Ming said after a moment of silence. There were only a few dozen families in this village. Lu Ming planned to send them to the Lu clan's fort. The Lu clan's fort was extremely spacious. A small piece of land was enough to house a few dozen families. An estate world treasure. The village chief revealed a shocked expression. It seemed like this little brother Lu in front of him had an astonishing background. "All right, I'll call the villagers over. I'll have to trouble you later, brother Lu." The village chief bowed to Lu Ming and then hurried away to call the other villagers. Lu Ming waved his hand and all the villagers were kept into the mountain and river diagram. Then, Lu Ming sat there and waited quietly. At this moment, the news of an impressive villager killing a few Heaven's Pride experts of the Heavenly God sect had already spread in the outskirts of the Heavenly Wind Plains. The Heavenly God sect will definitely take revenge on such powerful villagers. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. As the rainbow light whistled, one figure after another came to the small village and stood around it. No one? Could he have already escaped? No, there's one person. Many people's gazes swept across and finally landed on Lu Ming. Senior brother, senior sister. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd and actually found someone familiar. Tian Chui and Xuanixin. The Dragon God Valley was quite far from here. He didn't expect that Tian Chui and Xuanixin would also appear here. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin, like the others, stood at a distance and sized Lu Ming up curiously. That is. Mo Yang actually came. What a beautiful woman. Who is that woman? There was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and everyone looked in one direction. In that direction, there were about a dozen people. There were 2 young men and women, and a dozen old men and men. All of them had extremely powerful auras and demonic qi. Nianqing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he saw one of them. The most beautiful woman among the 2 young men and women was actually Nianqing. The other person was Mo Yang, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent. Lu Ming's gaze landed on Nianqing, and Nianqing looked back at him at the same time. When their eyes met, Nianqing was slightly stunned. Then, a smile appeared in her eyes and she winked at Lu Ming. He had been recognized. Lu Ming smiled. He was too familiar with Nianqing. No matter how much a person changed his appearance, his aura and appearance could change, but the look in his eyes would never change. Clearly, Nianqing recognized Lu Ming through his eyes. Lu Ming shook his head slightly at Nianqing, who nodded in return. What Lu Ming meant was not to reveal his identity for the time being. Nianqing naturally understood Lu Ming's intention. Besides Nianqing, Mo Yang seemed to have noticed Nianqing's unusual behavior. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold and suspicious look in his eyes. The people of the Heavenly God sect are here. Someone exclaimed. In the distance, there were at least a few dozen figures flying over. All of them were dressed in white robes and had powerful auras. There were young, middle-aged, and old people. The person at the front was bathed in holy light, like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Saint Yu. Lu Ming recognized this person at one glance. A year and a half ago, Yu Sheng had been the leader of the Tianshan sect during the treasure auction. He was extremely talented and had amazing combat strength. A year and a half later, Yu Sheng had become even stronger. His powerful aura filled the air and was extremely terrifying. The early stage of LV8 Martial Royal Realm. This was Yu Sheng's cultivation base. Clearly, he had made rapid progress in the past 1.5 years. The people of the Heavenly God sect stood in the sky above the village. Their eyes swept across the village and finally landed on Lu Ming. So you're the one who killed the Heaven's Pride expert of my Heavenly God sect? Yu Sheng said coldly. Not bad. Lu Ming replied indifferently. You're really audacious. You're simply courting death. Where are the other villagers? Where have you hidden them? Hand them all over and die. A middle-aged man beside Yu Sheng shouted. He exuded the aura of a peak LV7 Martial Royal Realm. As expected of a large sect. So impressive, so domineering. A disciple of the sect came to this remote mountain village to bully ordinary villagers and even try to steal an ancestor's memorial tablet. As expected of the number 1 sect in the Azure region. Lu Ming sneered. His tone was full of ridicule, especially the self-address. He is Lu Ming. Lu Ming's words made everyone from the Heavenly God sect look extremely ugly. What? He actually stole someone else's tablet? You are indeed a disciple of the Tianshan sect. It's so embarrassing. Such a sect can actually be as famous as my Dragon God Valley. I spit. A deep voice resounded. It was Tian Shui. Since the last treasure auction, the relationship between Dragon God Valley and Tianshan sect had worsened. Now that he had the opportunity, Tian Shui naturally wanted to ridicule them. Nonsense. Brat, you dare to slander my Tianshan sect. Today, I will make you beg for death. The burly man at the peak of the 7th level Martial Emperor realm roared and stepped forward. He clawed with his hand and a huge khaki hand formed in the sky, grabbing toward Lu Ming. A small knife appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the knife he used to carve the statue. Whoosh! Lu Ming threw the knife. The small knife seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the big yellow hand and then continued to rush towards the big man. The big man's face changed. A giant axe appeared in his hand and he chopped at the small knife. Clang! The huge axe hit the small knife and the knife was sent flying. It returned to Lu Ming's hand. The burly man's body shook violently and he took 5 to 6 steps back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Many onlookers' expressions changed drastically as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. They could clearly see that the small knife that Lu Ming had thrown out was definitely an ordinary small knife, an extremely ordinary spirit weapon. However, such a small knife that was casually thrown out had actually forced a 7th-level peak martial emperor back and made him spit out blood. This kind of power was too terrifying. They did not know that Lu Ming's attack was covered by a level 6 chaos domain. It was as heavy as a mountain. How difficult would it be to injure an ordinary 7th-level martial emperor? Who are you? Yu Xing said with a serious expression. He didn't believe that a small village on the border would have such an expert. He's just a carpenter from a small village. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Everyone looked at each other. A carpenter? It was actually so powerful? Humph, you're just pretending. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Kill. An elder stepped out with a spear of divine punishment in his hand and stabbed it at Lu Ming. Whoosh! The other expert made his move as well. A terrifying sword light was aimed at Lu Ming's head. The two of them were both at the LV-8 martial royal realm. They were working together to kill Lu Ming in one move. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He took a heavy step and soared into the sky, avoiding the sword light and throwing a punch. Boom! And NBSP, the spear of God punishment from the old man shattered, but the fist energy didn't stop and continued to bombard the old man. The old man screamed as his body was torn apart. A LV-8 martial royal realm expert was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming flipped his hand and threw the knife in his hand at another person who attacked. The man was shocked and tried to block the attack with his sword. However, the powerful force on the knife numbed his arm. At this moment, Lu Ming was already charging at him. Boom! With a single punch, heaven and earth trembled. The man's body was directly penetrated, and his body flew a few thousand meters away. He fell heavily on the ground, and no longer had any breath. Many people gasped at the sight of him killing 2 LV-8 martial royal realm experts in an instant. He's so powerful. His cultivation is only at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm, but he has such powerful combat strength. He killed 2 LV-8 martial royal realm experts in an instant. He's comparable to a top heaven's favorite. Could this person be a top-notch heaven's favorite? The people in the surroundings were discussing and speculating. You're looking for death. Yu Xing's eyes were extremely cold. He stepped out, and holy light filled the air. A terrible pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Many people thought that Yu Xing was going to make a move. Yu Xing was a heaven's favorite with a superior grade earth spiritual body. His combat strength was terrifying. Although he was also at LV-8 martial royal realm, his combat strength was many times stronger than the previous two. Yu Xing would probably be able to kill the two of them in one move. Kill! Yu Xing shouted coldly. He also condensed a spear of divine punishment in his hand and stabbed it at Lu Ming. The spear of divine punishment was incomparably sharp and powerful. It was far from what that person had been able to compare with. Boom! Lu Ming's method of fighting was still very simple. He simply threw a punch. A terrifying vibration was heard. The spear of God's punishment in Yu Sheng's hand was shaking violently as if it would collapse at any moment. The terrifying power continued to rush toward Yu Sheng, causing his expression to change. Boom! Following that, Lu Ming's other hand also punched out. Yu Sheng's expression changed. He struck out with his other palm and collided with Lu Ming's fist. There was another loud boom. Yu Sheng's face turned pale and he retreated quickly. In a head-on confrontation, he was actually suppressed by Lu Ming. A year and a half ago, Lu Ming was able to kill a genius like Yu Sheng even though his cultivation was 2 levels lower than Yu Sheng's. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level Martial Emperor realm, while Yu Sheng was at the early stage of the 8th level Martial Emperor realm. The difference was less than 2 levels. Kill, die. Lu Ming shouted as his fists flew towards Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng let out a long roar and burst out with holy light. He used all his strength to fight Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged more than a dozen moves, and Yu Sheng was forced to retreat. Let's attack together. Let's join forces and kill this person. The rest of the people from the Heavenly God sect shouted and rushed forward to surround Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar. A dragon's roar sounded from within his body. With a loud shout, the divine sword technique burst out. The people who were charging at Lu Ming screamed in pain as if their souls were being torn apart. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a shake of the spear, rays of spear radiance shot out like lightning. More than 10 powerhouses of the Tianshan sect were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming. Yu Sheng's eyes widened as he roared. What? He's Lu Ming? Kill him. Use your saint weapon. The remaining people of the Heavenly God sect shouted. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. A few of them exuded a powerful aura, and a few saint weapons appeared, shining with terrifying light. It's actually Lu Ming. Kill him. Not far away, some of the Yudu sect's powerhouses had also taken out their holy weapons and were charging at Lu Ming. And NBSP at this moment, the nearby spectators were stunned. Lu Ming? This person was Lu Ming? The Lu Ming whose name had spread throughout the Azure region a year and a half ago, the Lu Ming who wanted to challenge the Divine Sun in the next treasure-fixing assembly? He was actually hiding here, in a small mountain village on the border. It's junior brother Lu Ming. Attack! Kill! Tian Shui and Xuanixin were stunned for a moment before they roared and charged forward. Their saint weapons also flew out from their hands. Boom! Boom! A few experts of the Heavenly God sect were directly killed. Tian Shui and Xuanixin's cultivation had also progressed very quickly. They had both stepped into the LV8 Martial Royal Realm, which was the early stage of the LV8, just like Yu Sheng. With their cultivation, how powerful would they be when they controlled holy weapons? How thick-skinned, people of the Sky Demon sect, attack and stop the Desire Poison sect. On the other side, Xie Nianqing ordered. Junior sister, what are you doing? Mo Yang shouted. Attack! Xie Nianqing spoke again, his face cold. Yes, holy maiden. The others responded, and together with Xie Nianqing, they charged towards the Desire Poison sect. Tian Yu Demon sect, what are you doing? Are you trying to go against my Desire Poison sect? The members of the Desire Poison sect all roared in anger. However, Xie Nianqing's face was cold. A black lotus floated above his head and pressed down. Some of the Yudu sect's powerhouses spat out blood and retreated. Xie Nianqing's cultivation had already reached the peak of LV7 Martial Royal Realm. His progress was amazing. The Black Lotus was clearly a holy weapon. Although the other members of the Tian Yu demonic sect didn't want to attack, they could only obey the saint's orders. Mo Yang stood not far away, his face cold. He did not make a move, but the experts from the Desire Poison sect were terrified. Mo Yang was one of the top 10 geniuses of the Tsang prefecture. His cultivation had long broken through to the half-saint realm. If he were to attack, they would be in danger. Retreat, retreat first. The Yudu sect's expert roared. He began to defend while retreating, no longer having the heart to fight. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already unleashed his black wings and charged towards the Tianshan sect. His black dragon spear had grown to 1,000 meters long. He struck out with the spear and sent a holy weapon flying. At the same time, the black dragon spear stabbed out like lightning, killing an expert at the peak of the 8th level martial royal realm. Then, the black wings slashed out like blades, killing a LV7 martial royal realm and a LV8 martial royal realm expert. As for Tianshui and Xuanixin, they also displayed their godly might. Tianshui's giant hammer was now a saint weapon, and every swing of his hammer was extremely powerful. Even a saint weapon would be knocked away by his hammer, and with a single swing, it would be either dead or injured. Xuanixin, on the other hand, was controlling a 7-colored holy weapon, which was also very powerful. Although there were only 3 of them, Lu Ming and the rest had suppressed the many experts of the Heavenly God sect. People were being killed continuously. Let's go. In the end, Yusheng let out a loud roar and took the rest of the people with him. They turned around and fled at top speed, leaving more than 20 corpses behind. Lu Ming and the other 2 didn't pursue them. The remaining people were at the 9th level of the martial royal realm and had holy weapons. They were determined to escape, so it wouldn't be easy to kill them. Ha ha ha, junior brother, so you're here. You've disappeared without a trace this year, and I haven't heard any news about you. Tianshui put away his giant hammer and gave Lu Ming a heavy pat, laughing out loud. I was about to return to Dragon God Valley. I didn't expect to meet my senior brothers and sisters here. Lu Ming smiled as well. His body changed into his original appearance. Lu Ming. Xie Nianking's cold voice was heard as he stepped into the air. Like a demoness, he attracted everyone's attention. She's so beautiful. Is she the saint of the Tianyu demonic sect? I think so. I heard that the sect master of the Tianyu demon sect took in a new saintess as a disciple and trained her with all his might. Some people were discussing. Little Qing. Lu Ming smiled. The 2 of them looked at each other affectionately. Everything was conveyed without words. Tianshui's gaze fell on Lu Ming and Xianyanqing. He grinned. Huh, junior brother, this must be your sister-in-law. She's really beautiful. She's the golden boy and jade girl with you, a match made in heaven. Junior brother, sister-in-law is so beautiful. Why didn't you introduce her to us? You must be punished. Xuanixin also joked. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming smiled and began to introduce them. Xianyanqing also politely bowed to Tianshui and Xuanixin, making them extremely happy. Junior sister, let's leave this place first. They have killed so many people of the Heavenly God sect. The Heavenly God sect will not let this matter rest. We must not get involved. At this moment, a discordant voice was heard. Mo Yang walked over with a cold expression. When he looked at Lu Ming, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. You guys can leave first. I want to be with Lu Ming. Xianyanqing said. Junior sister, you, Mo Yang's expression turned even colder. He looked at Lu Ming with intense jealousy, and the killing intent in the depths of his eyes turned even colder. When Xianyanqing first joined the Tianyu demon sect, Mo Yang had been in seclusion. He only came out when the treasure auction was about to begin. When he saw Xianyanqing, he was instantly shocked. She was his junior sister, and in his heart, Xianyanqing was already his woman. When he heard that Xianyanqing had a boyfriend, he was filled with jealousy and killing intent. Therefore, back then at Tsang Mountain, that was why he would make a move to stop Zifeng. Junior sister, this place is not safe. It's more suitable for me to stay with you. Mo Yang's eyes flickered as he spoke. This made Xie Nianqing frown. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. How could Lu Ming not see through Mo Yang's thoughts? Sister-in-law has already let some people go. Some people are really thick-skinned and insist on following her shamelessly. Aren't they ashamed? Tian Chui sneered. What did you just say? Mo Yang said with a dark expression. What did I say? Someone knows what I'm talking about. Tian Chui curled his lips. Humph. Mo Yang snorted coldly. He looked at Xie Nianqing and said, Junior sister, you have to think this through. Our Tianyu Demon Sect and Dragon God Valley are, after all, different sections. Moreover, Lu Ming has challenged the Divine Sun. In a year and a half, he will definitely be killed by the Divine Sun. He won't live for long. It's not too late for you to leave him now. Mo Yang. Xie Nianqing snorted coldly, his face was unusually cold. Let me tell you, 1.5 years later, Lu Ming won't die. The one who will die will be the Divine Sun. Also, I only respect you because you're my senior brother. If anyone else had said such words, I would have already taken action. Now, please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Junior sister, you. Mo Yang's expression was extremely unsightly. In the end, he gave Lu Ming a cold and gloomy look, then turned around and left. The other members of the Tianyu demonic sect also left with Mo Yang. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. Xie Nianqing looked at Lu Ming apologetically. You and I don't need to say such things. Besides, this shows that you are very charming. If such a charming beauty likes me, I will have a greater sense of achievement. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're so smug. Xie Nianqing also smiled. Oh right, little Qing, why are you here? Lu Ming asked. The Tianyu demonic sect and the Dragon God Valley were neighbors, but they were far from the western part of the Azure continent. Why would Xie Nianqing and the others be here? Even if they had heard the news and wanted to rush over, they wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly. Mo Yang and I, as well as other people from the Tianyu demonic sect, were hunting down a traitor of the Tianyu demonic sect. We happened to be in the vicinity, and we heard the news, so we rushed over to take a look. Xie Nianqing said. After that, Lu Ming went to ask the Sky Hammer and Xuanixin. It turned out that the two of them were adventuring outside and had just arrived in the west of Zhangzhou. After hearing the news, they had rushed over to watch. Chapter 1572 Entering the Windy Plains, there's a change in the heavenly wind plains. What? Let's go and take a look. At this time, a piece of news came. The surrounding people all flew towards the sky wind plains. Is there a change in the heavenly wind plains? The expressions of Lu Ming and the other three changed. Junior brother, how about we go and take a look? Tian Chui said. Alright, let's go. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xie Nianqing, Tian Chui, and Xuanixin flew towards the windy plains. Bzzz. At this moment, another cry of a phoenix could be heard from the heavenly wind plains. The cry was filled with despair and unwillingness. The phoenix's cry is getting softer and softer. It seems to be getting weaker and weaker. Lu Ming said. Could it be that the divine bird phoenix is about to fall, so it keeps chirping? Xie Nianqing guessed. It's not impossible. Lu Ming said. Very quickly, the four of them arrived at the outskirts of the heavenly wind plains. The heavenly wind plains was extremely vast. Many people were standing in the air outside the plains. Lu Ming and the other three stood at the back, not at all eye-catching. And NBSP hoo-hoo. In the sky and wind plain, the wind was howling. Giant tornadoes swept across the sky and the earth. There were many of them, and they were densely packed. From a distance, it was a spectacular sight. No one knew how these tornadoes were formed. It seemed to have suddenly appeared 80,000 years ago. Some people guessed that there had been a terrifying battle between experts here, and it was formed by the power of laws. Some people also guessed that it was formed because a large array had been set up inside. There were many different opinions, and no one agreed on the answer. But now, some of the tornadoes were actually moving, slowly moving towards the depths of the plains. And as time passed, more and more tornadoes were moving in the same direction, towards the depths of the breezy plains. Slowly, the tornadoes on the heavenwind plain became less and less violent. At this time, the cry of a phoenix was heard again, and it seemed to be more clear. The heavenly wind has retreated, so something must have happened inside. There must be a treasure inside. In any forbidden land, opportunities and dangers coexist. Now that the heavenly wind has retreated, it's a once-in-lifetime opportunity. Many people were moved, revealing a fiery gaze. Whoosh! Suddenly, someone moved. He rushed into the heavenly wind plain. He avoided the remaining tornadoes and quickly rushed into the depths of the heavenly wind plain. Seeing that the man was fine, more and more people started to move. They kept rushing towards the windy plains and disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go in and take a look. If there's any danger, it won't be too late to retreat. More and more people rushed towards the sky and wind plains. Riches and honor were obtained from danger, and it was even more so for martial cultivators. One had to rely on themselves to grab opportunities. As the rainbow light flickered, countless figures rushed into the sky wind plains and disappeared. Lu Ming saw the people from the Yudu sect, Yu Sheng from the deity sect, Mo Yang, and the others also rushing into the sky wind plains. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. Just what I wanted. All right. Tian Chui and the rest also nodded their heads. They then stepped forward and rushed into the sky wind plains. And NBSP hoo-hoo. As soon as they rushed into the sky wind plains, they felt the wind whistling like blades. They used their Jin Yuan to protect themselves from the wind. The four of them carefully avoided the tornadoes and rushed inside. There were still many tornadoes left, and they were constantly moving, but they were not fast. There were many gaps, enough for them to pass through easily. Very quickly, the three of them had flown over 1,000 miles. Die. Not far away, there were people fighting. One of them was blown away and caught in a tornado. He let out a shrill scream. In the eyes of Lu Ming and the others, the man was crushed into pieces by the tornado. What a terrifying power! Tian Chui said as he licked his lips. Lu Ming took out a 9th-level spiritual weapon and threw it at a tornado nearby. After the 9th-level spiritual weapon was sucked into the tornado, it was shattered into pieces within a few breaths by the terrifying wind. The four of them became serious. The power of the tornado was terrifying. No wonder it was said that even saints would be killed if they were caught in it. The four of them continued to move forward. Along the way, they saw that the ground was flat and barren. Buzz! Suddenly, he saw a branch being thrown out of a tornado. It's phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Their eyesight was extremely good. Even though they were still a distance away, they could clearly see that there was a phoenix mark on the branch, which was the characteristic of the phoenix fragrance wood. According to the villagers, the phoenix incense wood they had obtained was also blown from the heavenly wind plains. The four of them hurriedly rushed towards the phoenix incense wood. This section of phoenix incense wood was 3 meters long and as thick as a human waist. It looked like a branch of a huge ancient tree. Such a big piece. How many raw gemstones would it be worth? Tian Chui laughed. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Right at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 7 to 8 figures appeared and surrounded the 4 of them. Put down the phoenix incense wood, and then get lost. A black-robed old man coldly shouted. All of them were middle-aged or old men. They all had strong auras, and even the weakest of them was at LV8 Martial Emperor realm. A few of them had even reached LV9 Martial Royal realm. You're telling us to scram? You're the ones who should get lost. If you want to die, then come and try. A giant hammer appeared in Tian Chui's hand as his eyes revealed a malevolent look. Stubborn. Kill. One of the black-robed men roared and took the lead, charging towards Tian Chui. A long spear pierced out, filling the sky with spear shadows that enveloped Tian Chui. Die. Tian Chui let out a loud roar as his giant hammer smashed towards his opponent. Boom! The spear shadows that filled the sky disappeared, and the giant hammer directly struck the opponent's body. With a loud bang, the opponent's body was smashed flat, flying a few hundred meters away, without a trace of life. He was killed in one move. Let's join hands. The black-robed elder roared in anger. The aura of a peak LV9 Martial Royal Realm expert burst out, and a terrifying saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. These people were obviously not present when Lu Ming and the rest fought with the Heaven Deity sect. They did not know Lu Ming and the rest. If they had seen that battle, they would not have attacked Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His essential core surged into the flowing elemental gloves and he threw a punch. Boom! The flowing essence gloves' weight had become shocking. Coupled with the chaos domain and the prison-suppressing heavenly art, its power was extremely terrifying. With a single punch, the other party's blade light immediately dispersed. The fist momentum did not stop as it continued to punch towards the black-robed elder. The black-robed old man's expression changed drastically, and he used his saber to block in front of him. Clang! Lu Ming's fist landed on the saber, causing it to explode. His fist did not stop and continued to land on the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder let out an indignant roar and his body exploded like his saber. He's only at the 9th level of the Martial Royal Realm, but he doesn't even have a holy weapon. He's so weak. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Chapter 1573 Meeting Mo Yang again. If Lu Ming's words were heard by the people from the small sects, they would probably vomit blood in anger. A saint weapon was a special weapon used by saint realm experts. It was extremely precious, and very few people below the saint realm had it. Lu Ming had only encountered top geniuses who had holy weapons because they were heavily nurtured by their respective sections. Some of the smaller sects did not even have holy weapons. Even if some of them had holy weapons, they would be considered the sect's most prized treasures. Even in the 13 top sects of the Azure continent, most LV8 and LV9 martial emperors used king's spiritual weapons. Many half-saints even used king's spiritual weapons instead of holy weapons. Myriad Devil Domain. On the other side, Xian Yinqing shouted and spread out his domain. In his domain, there was a beautiful demonist sitting cross-legged, suppressing the surroundings. An old man in the LV9 Martial Emperor realm was enveloped by Xian Nianqing's all-demons domain. He roared madly and was killed by Xian Nianqing's palm. Myriad Devil Domain. It seems that little official's battle strength has become even more powerful after becoming a martial emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was happy for Xian Yinqing. No wonder he was accepted as a direct disciple by the sect master of the Tian Yu Demon sect and became the saintess of the sect. Xian Nianqing's astral body was definitely a superior one. Lu Ming could even vaguely sense that there was a terrifying power hidden in Xian Nianqing's body. While Lu Ming was thinking about this, Tian Shui and Xuaningxin had also killed one person each. Of the 7 to 8 experts, only 3 remained. Go, go. The remaining 3 people were almost scared to death as they fled frantically. Lu Ming and the other 2 could not be bothered to chase after them. These people were obviously from small sects, so they did not take them to heart. Well, split this section of phoenix incense wood equally. Lu Ming grabbed the phoenix incense wood and condensed his vital essence into a blade. He divided the phoenix incense wood into 4 portions, 1 for each of them, and put it away. Could there be a huge phoenix incense tree in the heavenly wind plains? Tian Shui licked his lips, revealing a fiery light. That section was obviously just a branch. If the branch was so big, how huge was the trunk? The divine bird phoenix lives in the heavenly wind plains. Perhaps, it lives on the main branch of the phoenix incense wood. Lu Ming speculated. Then, the 4 of them continued forward. Junior sister. Not long after, a voice rang out, and Mo Yang flew over from the side. Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing, Tian Shui, and Xuaningxin all frowned. They had not expected to meet Mo Yang here. Junior sister, I've finally found you. Mo Yang had a smile on his face as he flew over and looked at Xian Yinqing with concern. Someone really doesn't know what's going on. Sister-in-law already told you to leave, so why did you still come here? Tian Shui disdainfully said. Mo Yang glanced at Tian Shui, a sharp glint in his eyes. If Xian Yinqing had not been here, he would have already killed Tian Shui, Lu Ming, and the other 2. My junior sister is the saintess of the Tianyu demonic sect. I've been ordered to protect her. I must stay by her side. Mo Yang said. Mo Yang, I don't need your protection. Lu Ming will naturally protect me. Xian Yinqing frowned. Junior sister, I'm following master's orders. I don't dare to disobey. Otherwise, I'll be punished when I go back. So, even if you drive me away, I'll follow you. Mo Yang said. Fuck, some people's skin is even thicker than an elephant's. Tian Shui unhappily said. It's not just an elephant. It's even thicker than the city wall. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as him. Xuaningxin followed. Shut up. If you dare to insult me again, I'll kill you all, die. Mo Yang shouted. A violent aura spread out from his body, and the demonic qi soared into the sky. The dense demonic qi was like a burning flame. Bang! Bang! Tian Shui and Xuaningxin were suppressed by this aura, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Buzz! Lu Ming appeared in front of Tian Shui and Xuaningxin. He spread his black wings to resist Mo Yang's aura. Mo Yang was one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure region. His cultivation had long reached the half-saint realm, and he was definitely not someone they could defeat. Mo Yang, they're my friends. If you want to touch them, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Xian Yinqing appeared beside Lu Ming and glared at Mo Yang. Mo Yang's eyes were filled with flames of jealousy, as if they were about to burn. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He suddenly smiled and said, Junior sister is overthinking. They are your friends, why would I do anything to them? Let's go, I'll go with you. There might be some great treasures in the heavenly wind plains. Xian Yinqing looked at Mo Yang coldly. She was helpless. Mo Yang had insisted on following her. With no one else in the group, they continued forward. The heavenly wind plain was huge. They continued to travel for thousands of miles, passing through many huge tornadoes, and slowly entered the heavenly wind plain. On the way, she heard the phoenix cry a few more times, but it felt like the sound was getting softer and softer. Look over there, there seems to be a piece of phoenix incense wood. Suddenly, Mo Yang pointed in a direction. Everyone looked over, and indeed, on the left, they saw a section of phoenix incense wood. There were huge, exposed boulders. The boulders were very smooth, probably because they had been worn out by the wind. The phoenix incense wood was right between the huge rocks. Everyone rushed over. No one noticed the smug sneer in Mo Yang's eyes, as well as the cold killing intent. Not good, there's an ambush. Retreat. As they neared the phoenix incense wood, Lu Ming felt an inexplicable sense of danger. He roared and tried to pull Xian Yanqing and the rest back. But it was too late. In a flash, at least a dozen figures rushed out from behind the boulders and surrounded Lu Ming and the five of them. Yu Sheng, the Heaven Deity sect, and the Desire Poison sect. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and he noticed that one of them was Yu Sheng. As for the others, they weren't young anymore. From their clothes, there were people from the Heaven God sect and the Desire Poison sect. Lu Ming, this time, they'll see how you die. Yu Sheng's eyes were cold. This brat killed so many of our people. He's really seeking his own death. A white-haired old man from the Heavenly God sect coldly spoke. An extremely shocking aura erupted from his body. Half-saint. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, Xuaningxin, and Xie Nianking's expressions changed drastically. The other party had dispatched a half-saint expert. Boom. Boom. Following that, a few more terrifying auras burst out. The terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the rest. Half-saint again. The deity sect and the Yudu sect both had half-saints. There were 3 half-saints in total. Although the 9th level of the martial royal realm was 1 level away from the half-saint realm, the difference was huge. It was not as simple as 1 level. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin, who were at the early stage of the LV8 martial royal realm, could even kill an ordinary peak LV9 martial royal realm expert. However, they were no match for a half-saint. Not to mention, there were 3 half-saints. A year and a half ago, when Lu Ming returned to Dragon God Valley from the Tsang Mountains, he was besieged by evil spirit. Just a half-saint had almost forced Lu Ming into a dead end. Chapter 1574. Charging into the tornado. It was obvious that the Heaven Deity sect and the Yudu sect were determined to kill Lu Ming and the rest. Moreover, in the Skygale Plain, Lu Ming and the rest would die without even knowing how they died. The Dragon God Valley could not avenge them. It was normal to die in the Forbidden Area. The 2 of you from the Tian Yu Demon sect, this matter has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. The white-haired elder of the Tianshan sect looked at Mo Yang and Xian Yanqing. Alright, well, leave immediately. Mo Yang hurriedly said. No, I won't leave. Xian Yanqing shook his head. He stood beside Lu Ming with a determined look in his eyes. Junior sister, what are you doing? Lu Ming is extremely audacious to have offended the deity sect and the Desire Poison sect. He's the one who's courting death. Why do you have to accompany him? Mo Yang roared, extremely jealous. If you want to go, go by yourself. It's my own life, I choose. Xian Yanqing said coldly. No, you're my junior sister, the Holy Virgin of my Tian Yu demonic sect. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to my master and the entire Tian Yu demonic sect? I must take you away. Mo Yang said firmly. Little Qing, you go. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. No, I want to stay with you. Xian Yanqing shook his head. His gaze was firm. He knew that Lu Ming was doing this for her own good, but she would not leave. Buzz. Right at this moment, Mo Yang made his move. He grabbed Xie Nianking's shoulder and poured in his nomological law power, sealing Xie Nianking's cultivation. Then, he grabbed Xian Yanqing and retreated at top speed. "Mo Yang, let me go." Xian Yanqing roared. "I won't let you go. I won't let you die with Lu Ming," Mo Yang said coldly. He grabbed Xian Yanqing and left the encirclement. "Do it." As Mo Yang and Xian Yanqing retreated, the white-haired elder from the Tianshan sect roared. A long spear appeared in his hand. It exuded a terrifyingly sharp aura as he stabbed it at Lu Ming. Without a doubt, this was a holy weapon. Voila! Black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. At the same time, the holy weapon shield appeared in front of him. Clang! The long spear struck the holy shield and sent it flying. The long spear did not stop and continued to stab the black wings. Lu Ming felt his body tremble as he was sent flying by a terrifying force. On the other side, Tian Chui and Xuanixin used their saint weapons at the same time. However, the opponent's half-saint had also made his move. He was also controlling his saint weapon, and the power was shocking. Tian Chui and Xuanixin were no match for him. They were sent flying like Lu Ming. Their blood and qi were in turmoil, and they almost vomited blood. "Don't linger in battle, let's go first." With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming appeared beside Tian Chui and Xuanixin. This time, the Heaven Deity sect and the Yudu sect were well prepared. 3 half-saints wielded holy weapons, and even a few 9th-level martial royal realm experts wielded holy weapons. Their combat strength was extremely strong, far beyond their current strength. "Bubble!" Lu Ming called out. Chirping. Bubbles waved her little claws and a space-time tunnel appeared. The 3 of them were about to cross the space-time tunnel and leave this place. "You want to leave? Dream on." Another half-saint of the Tianshan sect shouted coldly and waved his hand. A huge cauldron the size of a mountain crushed over and suppressed the entrance of the space-time tunnel, blocking the way of the 3. "Charge out, in the direction of the Yudu sect." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Tian Chui and Xuanixin. Although the Yudu sect's poison qi was very powerful and could kill without a trace, its frontal attack power was far inferior to that of the Tianshan sect. Since the space-time tunnel was blocked, they would forcibly charge out from the Yudu sect's direction. "Kill!" Tian Chui roared. The 3 of them gathered together and controlled their saint weapons, madly charging in the direction of the Yudu sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the side, all sorts of attacks were launched at the 3 of them. Lu Ming controlled the holy weapon shield and the black wings to defend with all his might, enveloping the 3 of them. Thump! Boom! All sorts of attacks landed on Lu Ming's shield and black wings, creating a loud boom. Lu Ming's body trembled as his qi and blood churned and blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth. "Kill, kill, kill!" Tian Chui roared madly while Xuanixin roared like a dragon. The 2 of them combined their strength and continued to charge forward. The 2's combat strength was indeed astonishing. No one could stop them unless they were at the half-saint level. A few of the Yudu sect's experts were blasted apart by Tian Chui's giant hammer, turning into poisonous gas and retreating. The 3 of them cooperated and charged in that direction. They were about to break out of the encirclement. "Poison Ivis Law, go around." The half-saint of the Desire Poison sect was seething with poisonous gas. He shouted and pressed his hands in the air. Whoosh! Countless poisonous vines suddenly appeared in the air. Each poisonous vine was full of thorns. They covered the sky and covered the sun, shrouding Lu Ming and the other 2. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. This kind of poisonous ivy was formed from the law of poisonous ivy. It was filled with poison and was extremely tough. Tian Chui and Xuanixin's attacks landed on the poison ivy, but they were unable to break through it. The poison ivy surrounded the 3 of them from all directions and quickly closed up. Whoosh! The black wings enlarged and wrapped around the three of them, forming a round ball. In the next moment, the poison ibis law arrived, and wrapped around the round ball formed by black feather wing. Zzzzzzzzz. The poisonous vines wrapped around the black wings, making an ear-piercing sound, but the black wings were saint weapons, after all, and the poisonous vines couldn't break them. Even the lowest-level bright saint weapon couldn't be broken by a half-saint expert. Only a saint realm expert could break a saint weapon by force. Humph. What's the point of hiding in your turtle shell? Let's see if your saint weapon can protect you in that tornado. The half-saint of the Yudu sect said coldly. He controlled the poisonous vine and it flew towards a tornado. When it approached one of the tornadoes, the half-saint of the Yudu sect threw out a palm and the poisonous vine that had wrapped around Lu Ming and the others flew directly into one of the tornadoes. Lu Ming. In the distance, Xian Yinqing roared and struggled madly. However, Mo Yang held him tightly and he could not move. Lu Ming, no matter how strong you are, you'll still die if you go against the Tianshan sect. Yu Sheng laughed. And NBSP hoo-hoo. The tornado whistled through the air in a terrifying manner. It was slowly moving towards the depths of the heavenly wind plains. Those from the Heaven Deity sect and the Yudu sect watched from the outside for a while. Seeing that there was no movement, they left one after another. Mo Yang, let me go. Xian Yinqing roared. His beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of blood and cold killing intent. Junior sister, what are you doing? Lu Ming and the rest were sent into the tornado and they're dead for sure. They deserve this. Who asked them to offend the deity sect and the desire poison sect? Mo Yang laughed coldly, but his heart was filled with joy. Lu Ming was finally dead. Xian Yinqing should have given up by now. Mo Yang, let me go. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. At this moment, Xian Yinqing had actually calmed down. However, his body was filled with a bone-chilling killing intent, causing Mo Yang to feel a chill in his heart. Humph, bitch. Anyway, Lu Ming is already dead. In the future, I will definitely make you fall head over heels for me. Mo Yang gritted his teeth as he let go of Xian Yinqing. As soon as he let go of Xian Yinqing, Xian Nianqing's demonic qi exploded and his cultivation recovered. Wind crystal Xian Nianqing's cultivation had been restored, but his eyes were even colder. He looked at Mo Yang and said, Mo Yang, you're really despicable. You actually colluded with the Heaven Deity sect and the Yudu sect to harm Lu Ming. You're truly worthy of being one of the top 10 monstrous talents of the Azure region. His words were filled with mockery. Junior sister, what did you say? Mo Yang's expression changed slightly, and he revealed an ugly smile. Say what? Did he not dare to admit what he had done? How did the Heaven God sect and the Desire Poison sect know where we are? To be able to set up an ambush here so accurately, if it wasn't someone who leaked the information, what could it be? You intentionally looked for us and then came with us just to tip us off. Xian Yinqing said coldly. She was extremely intelligent. Previously, she had thought that meeting Mo Yang was purely a coincidence. But now that she thought about it, she realized that everything had been arranged by Mo Yang. Junior sister, don't slander me. Mo Yang's face was cold. Humph, you know best whether you did it or not. I'm warning you, don't follow me anymore, or I'll kill you. Xian Yinqing said coldly. Then, he moved and flew toward the tornado that Lu Ming and the others were in. Bitch, sooner or later, I'll make you beg for mercy in front of me. As he watched Xian Yinqing leave, Mo Yang's eyes were filled with ferocity and the fire of evil desire. Xian Yinqing came to the tornado that Lu Ming had entered and observed from afar. And NBSP hoo-hoo. The tornado whistled and slowly moved towards the heavenly wind plain. Xian Yanqing followed the tornado and moved deeper into the cave. Half a day later, Xian Yanqing's expression changed. In front of him, there were many tornadoes. This one was actually gathering with the other tornadoes. There were many tornadoes there, blocking Xian Yanqing's way. Lu Ming, you have the mountain and river diagram. The mountain and river diagram is an item that can only be refined by monarch-level experts. It should be able to withstand the power of the tornado, right? Xian Yanqing murmured, but even so, her eyes were still full of worry. She stood there for a long time and only left and Lu Ming's tornado was completely out of sight. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest were blown into the tornado, the terrifying wind whistled and spun, cutting at the poison ivy on the outside. The poisonous vines were formed from the power of the laws and were extremely tough. However, in the midst of the violent wind, they were quickly cut apart and turned into ashes. The wind cut at the black wings, and sparks flew in all directions. It made an ear-piercing sound, and the black wings were constantly shaking. "Damn it, we've been blown into a tornado." Tian Chui roared. "What do we do? The tornado is too strong, we can't get out of it." Xuanixin frowned. Thump thump thump. After a while, the flapping of the black wings became more and more intense. The chaos domain that Lu Ming had covered the black wings with could not withstand the cutting of the strong wind at all. In a short while, the chaos domain was cut open. Lu Ming's body trembled. A terrifying force passed through the black wings and surged into his body. "Senior brother, senior sister, let's enter the mountain and river diagram," Lu Ming said. The mountain and river diagram was a treasure that could only be refined by emperor-level experts. It should be able to withstand the cutting of the wind. As for how to get out, he could only think of a way later. The wind here was too strong, so strong that even with Bubbles' cultivation realm, she could not open a space-time tunnel to rush out. This was because the moment the space-time tunnel was opened, it would be destroyed by the wind. Then, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and he kept Tian Chui and Xuanixin into the mountain and river diagram. Just as he was about to enter the mountain and river diagram, his expression suddenly changed. Because at this time, he felt that the air-frozen bead in his sea of consciousness was shaking slightly. The air-frozen bead is a treasure of the wind attribute. It might be able to restrain the wind. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With a single thought, the air-frozen bead flew out from between his eyebrows and hovered above his head. The air-frozen bead vibrated slightly and a ray of green light shone down, shrouding Lu Ming. At this moment, the vibration on the black wings disappeared. Lu Ming felt that the strong wind had automatically detoured after meeting the energy emitted by the air-frozen bead. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The air-frozen bead was indeed useful. Following that, Lu Ming kept his black wings and a green halo enveloped him. No matter how strong the wind was, it would avoid the green halo when it came into contact with it. Whoosh! At this moment, a ray of green light flew from below the tornado. It was a green crystal the size of a fist. "It's the wind crystal." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recognized this type of crystal. The wind crystal stone was a type of crystal stone that could only be formed in places with an extremely high concentration of wind elements after a long period of time. It was a wind attribute treasure and was extremely precious. The wind crystal flew directly to the air-frozen bead, entered it, and disappeared. Lu Ming felt that the radiance on the air-frozen bead seemed to be more intense. With a cry, a bird flew out from the air-frozen bead and circled around it, as if it was cheering. The air-frozen bead was absorbing the energy of the wind crystal. Lu Ming looked in all directions. The strong wind blocked his vision and he could not see what was happening outside. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that the tornado was constantly moving. After a long time, suddenly, another wind crystal flew up from below and integrated into the air-frozen bead. The light emitted by the air-frozen bead became brighter. At the sight of this, Lu Ming was in no hurry to go out. He entered the mountain and river diagram and Tian Chui. Xuaningxin and Lu Ming said something and then came out again. They let the air-frozen bead float and waited quietly. After about half a day, the air-frozen bead had absorbed 5 wind crystals in total. Boom! 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 Outside the tornado, there were tremors. Could it be that it has merged with the other tornadoes? Lu Ming made a guess. At this time, the bird on the air-frozen bead chirped, flapped its wings, and flew to the side. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He controlled the air-frozen bead and flew it to the side of the tornado. The tornado did not hinder them at all. Lu Ming passed through the tornado directly and saw that there was another tornado next to the tornado. The moment Lu Ming came out, he entered another tornado. Whoosh! As soon as they entered the tornado, a wind crystal flew into the air-frozen bead. It turns out that the air-frozen bead wants to absorb the wind crystals. Then, I will absorb as much as I want. Lu Ming laughed heartily in his heart. He controlled the air-frozen bead and flew toward the bottom of the tornado. Soon, it absorbed another 5 wind crystals. Then, Lu Ming controlled the air-frozen bead and rushed out of the tornado. Lu Ming discovered that there were many tornadoes gathered and they were close to each other. Lu Ming did not take a second look and continued to rush into the next tornado. Just like that, after an unknown period of time, Lu Ming had entered more than 10 tornadoes. The air-frozen bead had absorbed dozens of wind crystals. The green radiance on the air-frozen bead was extremely rich and dazzling. I've absorbed enough. Let's go out and see what's going on. Lu Ming thought to himself. He then controlled the air-frozen bead and left the tornado. There was an empty space outside. Lu Ming looked around and realized that the empty space was surrounded by tornadoes. They were close to each other and surrounded the empty space. Seeing Eden again, the surroundings were surrounded by tornadoes, surrounding this area and leaving no paths in the surroundings. Lu Ming waved his hand and Tian Chui and Xuaningxin came out of the mountain and river diagram. Junior brother, where is this? As soon as the heavenly hammer appeared, the giant hammer also appeared in his hand, and he looked around. We should be in the depths of the heavenly wind plain, where hurricanes surround us. Lu Ming said. Oh. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin both looked around for a moment, and seeing that there was no danger, they both let out a sigh of relief. Man, I'll kill anyone I see from the Heaven Deity sect and the Desire Poison sect in the future. However, how did they find us before? They're still ambushing us. Tian Chui cursed. It must be Mo Yang. He's in cahoots with the Heaven Deity sect and the Desire Poison sect. That's why we're being ambushed. Xuaningxin said. Senior sister, you're right. Mo Yang didn't run into us by chance. He found us on purpose and then ambushed us. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had already thought of this when he was ambushed by the Tianshan sect and the Yudu sect. That was why he had allowed Mo Yang to take Xian Yanqing away. He knew that Xian Yanqing would not be in danger if Mo Yang took him away. Mo Yang, it's actually him. I'll smash him to pieces sooner or later. Tian Chui's eyes revealed an ominous glint as he spoke. Lu Ming also nodded. He would kill Mo Yang sooner or later. This area is surrounded by hurricanes. There must be something abnormal. Let's check the nearby area. Lu Ming said. Tian Chui and Xuaningxin nodded. The three of them moved forward and began to investigate the area. This area was quite wide, about tens of miles in length and width. What's that? It seems to be a feather. Xuaningxin suddenly pointed to the front. The three of them rushed over and found that the ground was full of potholes and some feathers were scattered. This is the phoenix feather. Lu Ming was shocked. He had obtained a few phoenix feathers before, so he would definitely not be mistaken. The feathers scattered on the ground were all phoenix feathers. There were more than 10 of them. It really is a phoenix feather. It seems like there is a divine phoenix in the heavenly wind plains. I can't be wrong. Tian Chui said. Senior brother, senior sister, the phoenix feather is of great use to me. I wonder if you can give it to me. I'm willing to use other treasures to offset it. Lu Ming said. As for the phoenix feather, he could let his second body refine it into a phoenix feather flying sword. Previously, there were only 5 phoenix feather flying swords, and the phoenix feathers used in those 5 swords were not of very high grade. The phoenix feather in front of him now exuded a faint saint might, which was obviously left behind by a saint realm phoenix. If it was refined into a phoenix feather flying sword, its power would be even stronger. Furthermore, the more phoenix feather flying swords there were, the more powerful the sword formation would be. Junior brother, what are you saying? If you have any use for it, just take it all. There's no need to offset it. Xuanixin said. That's right. You saved our lives just now. You're being too polite by saying that. I'm not happy about that. Tian Chui said with a grin. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister. Lu Ming cupped his fists and did not stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, the dozen or so phoenix feathers on the ground were all kept into the mountain and river diagram and landed on the secondary hand. This place is full of potholes. It's obvious that there was a huge battle here. Also, it looks like the divine bird phoenix was severely injured. Could it be that the cry of the phoenix was made after the phoenix was injured? Xuanixin guessed. It's possible. Let's wait and see. Lu Ming nodded and the three of them continued to check. However, the three of them were highly focused. Even the Saint Realm Phoenix was injured. It was obvious that the opponent of the Saint Realm Phoenix was extremely powerful. Both humans and other divine beasts had to be careful. Along the way, the ground was full of potholes. It could be seen how intense the battle was. Along the way, Lu Ming and the rest discovered a small number of phoenix feathers. Lu Ming kept them all. Not long after, they found a deep pit. The crater was more than 500 meters wide and more than 1,000 meters deep. The three of them looked and guessed that there was a huge ancient tree here. Now, it had been dug away, even the roots had been dug away. Phoenix incense wood. The three of them looked at each other and thought of the phoenix incense wood. Perhaps, the divine bird phoenix lived on the phoenix incense wood. Now, the phoenix was injured and its whereabouts were unknown, and the phoenix incense wood had been dug up by someone. There are scattered tree roots over there. Tian Chui's eyes could see tree roots within the deep hole. The three of them flew down, and as expected, they saw a section of a tree root that was as thick as a human thigh. It was emitting a strange fragrance, and it was definitely phoenix incense wood. Let's look around. There might still be some scattered tree roots. Lu Ming said. The three of them began to search, turning the soil in the deep pit over and over. As expected, they found quite a few tree roots. The phoenix incense tree root was even more valuable than the branch. The three of them split it equally, and the harvest was not small. It's a pity that the entire piece of phoenix incense wood was dug up by someone. Otherwise, how much would it be worth if we obtained it? Tian Chui's eyes lit up. The phoenix incense wood could help a martial artist calm his mind and focus his mind. As long as one was a martial arts cultivator, they would need it. How many warriors were there in the Yuan continent? No one knew that the phoenix fragrance wood was definitely something that everyone was fighting for. Who knew how many raw stones a piece of phoenix fragrance wood could be sold for? The three of them searched carefully again and left after finding nothing. But soon, the three of them were shocked because they found a person. To be precise, there was a bloody pit there, and a figure was sitting cross-legged in the pit. Eden. Lu Ming was shocked. That figure was actually Eden from the Divine Ruins Continent group. Lu Ming had a deep impression of this person. Back then, this person's bloodline was a phoenix zither. He could play the divine song of the phoenix and his combat power was very strong. Eden was actually able to enter this place. Eden was sitting cross-legged in the blood pit. The blood in the blood pit had actually turned into the shadow of a phoenix and entered Eden's body. The blood was obviously phoenix blood. Lu Ming, do you know this person? Tian Chui asked. Yes, I do. He came from the same group of continents as me. In our group of continents, he was a peerless Heaven's Pride expert. Later on, he joined the Tianshan sect. Lu Ming said. The people of the Heavenly God sect. Tian Chui's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. But at this moment, Eden was completely oblivious to the outside world and was focused on absorbing the phoenix blood. Boom! A moment later, a phoenix shadow flew out of Eden's body. After letting out a long cry, Eden's aura grew. The fifth level of the Martial Emperor realm. Obviously, Eden had made a major breakthrough in his cultivation and entered the fifth level of the Martial Royal realm. At this moment, Eden opened his eyes. When he saw Lu Ming and the other two, his pupils constricted and he retreated rapidly. Lu Ming, it's you? Eden immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Of course it's me. Why? Don't you recognize me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, I've already withdrawn from the deity sect. Eden muttered to himself. Oh? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. This was out of Lu Ming's expectations. Eden's cultivation was not very high. If he left the deity sect now, it would be equivalent to losing his protection. Chapter 1577 Suspected Monarch Weapon No. Eden shook his head. The ideas and actions of the Tianshan sect are really inconsistent with my martial arts. If I continue to stay, the progress of my cultivation may be even slower. Huh, kid, you have good eyes. It's good that you're leaving. The Tianshan sect will be destroyed by my Dragon God Valley sooner or later. Tian Chui laughed out loud. As long as he heard someone belittling the Heavenly God sect, he would be happy. You're leaving alone? Lu Ming asked. Ji Hongchen was there as well. However, after she left with me, she headed west, out of the Azure continent. I don't even know where she is now. Edian said. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was good that a few acquaintances had left. It would be difficult to deal with acquaintances when they attack the Divine Heavens sect in the future. How did you get in here? What happened here? Lu Ming asked again. Eden had entered this place earlier than them and might know something. I followed the crowd into the heavenly wind plain. Not long after, I sensed something and followed it to this place. When I arrived, this place looked exactly like this. However, the hurricane didn't surround it. Eden looked around and frowned when he saw the hurricane. Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that Eden had only entered this place a little earlier than them. Now, it seems that we can only leave this place after the hurricane has moved. Eden said as he looked around. That might not be the case. Lu Ming smiled faintly, causing Eden's eyes to light up. Then, the few of them checked the area again, but they did not find anything. Eden, are you going to leave here? I'll take you with me. Lu Ming said. You can break through the obstruction of the wind? Edian said. Naturally, let's go. Lu Ming nodded. The four of them randomly chose a direction and rushed over. When they were close to the hurricane, the air-frozen bead appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows, scattering rays of green light. With a single thought, the green light turned into a green light screen and enveloped the four of them. Enveloped by the green light curtain, the four of them could not feel the wind outside at all. The four of them moved forward, and when they walked into the hurricane, they were not affected at all. This greatly surprised Eden. The four of them walked through the hurricane as if they were walking on flat ground. After a while, the four of them passed through the hurricane and came outside. The moment they came outside, the four people's eyes all focused. This was because they found that the area was filled with hurricanes. Tornadoes that were as high as the sky surrounded a huge mountain in the middle. The void outside the hurricane was filled with people, looking at the mountain peak in the distance. Lu Ming and the other three immediately restrained their auras and hid behind them. People from the Yudu sect and the Tianshan sect. They looked forward and saw the most people from the Yudu sect and the Tianshan sect. After all, the Desire Poison sect and the Heaven Deity sect were the closest to this place. Naturally, the number of people who came here was the highest. Other than the Desire Poison sect and the Heaven Deity sect, the others were all cultivators from some small sects and powers. Naturally, there were also some people from the other 11 peak-level sects of the Azure continent present. Of course, the number of people present was relatively small. The Tianyu Demon sect. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He saw the people from the Tianyu Demon sect and Imo Yang, but he did not see Xian Yanqing. Where did little Qing go? Are you looking for me? Lu Ming made a guess and he was a little worried. Bzzzzz. The cry of a phoenix resounded through the world. This phoenix cry was loud and clear, filled with the domineering aura of the king of birds. It was completely different from the cry of despair and unwillingness before. The cry came from the mountain peak. This cry is completely different from the previous phoenix's cry. Strange, could there be two phoenixes here? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Following that, another cry rang out, reverberating through the heavens and earth. Everyone's eyes were on the mountain surrounded by the hurricane. Was there really a phoenix in the mountains? At this moment, the mountain glowed, and everyone saw a phoenix soaring into the sky. It circled above the mountain, emitting a vast and terrifying aura. Everyone took a closer look and realized that it was not a real phoenix, but a phantom made of energy. Boom! Then, a beam of light shot out from the mountain. The cry of the phoenix became even more intense. The aura was even more terrifying as it filled the air. Under this aura, everyone had the urge to kneel down and worship. This. What kind of aura is this? It's so terrifying. This seems to be the aura of a weapon. It's not a living creature, but its aura is too terrifying. It's many times stronger than ordinary holy weapons. Could it be that there's an absolute saint weapon inside? Or could it be? He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone was shocked. Everyone knew what that person wanted to say. Or could it be a monarch weapon? Sovereign weapon, the exclusive weapon of sovereign-level experts. Many people's breathing became heavy at the thought of this. There was actually a monarch weapon hidden in the heavenly wind plains? This was especially true for the people from the Heaven Deity sect and the Desire Poison sect. If a peak-grade sect could obtain an emperor weapon, as long as they could activate a trace of its power, they would be able to dominate the Azure continent. Even if it wasn't a sovereign weapon, but an absolute saint weapon, its value would still be shocking. If not for the hurricane in front of them, many people would have rushed in directly. Above the mountain, a phoenix's shadow circled, its cry getting louder and louder. Send a message back. Ask the experts of the Saint Realm to come here. Someone from the Heavenly Divine sect instructed. At the same time, the people from the Desire Poison sect also ordered. As for the other top sects, as long as they had people here, they would think of ways to send a message back and invite their Saint Realm experts. It was suspected that an Emperor-ranked weapon had appeared here. This was definitely a major event that would shake the entire Azure continent. As long as the major sects received the news, they would definitely send their experts over. After the news spread, everyone waited. It's a pity that our Dragon God Valley is too far away from here. Even if we send back the news, it will be too late. Tian Chui sighed. Senior brother, senior sister, wait for me here. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Junior brother, what are you doing? Do you want to go in alone? Xuaningxin said. Senior sister, don't worry. I won't go in alone. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had the air-frozen bead and the hurricanes could not stop him. However, Lu Ming would not go in. With his cultivation level, even if he went in and obtained the sovereign weapon, he would not be able to leave. There were so many people watching. Also, this matter is not simple. There seems to be another force in the dark. That force had injured the divine phoenix and dug out the phoenix incense wood. Perhaps the changes in the entire heavenly wind plains were caused by this. However, that force had not shown itself yet. Lu Ming would not risk it alone. Then, Lu Ming retracted his aura and transformed into a young man with a sallow face. The aura on his body also changed into another kind of aura and then he rushed forward. In that direction, there were many experts of the Tianshan sect standing there. Among them were Yusheng and a few half-saint experts. They were the ones who had ambushed them before. Chapter 1578 Controlling the Hurricane Buzz. Lu Ming dashed toward the hurricane in front of him. What's that kid doing? You're really looking for death by opening your treasure eyes. Some people sneered when they saw Lu Ming rushing over. However, Lu Ming stopped as he neared the hurricane, causing some people to burst into laughter. They thought that Lu Ming had seen the treasure eye open and wanted to rush over but was afraid at the last minute. At this moment, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His glabella glowed and the air-frozen bead appeared in his palm. Buzz! Then, Lu Ming dashed into a tornado. Everyone present was stunned. He did not expect that Lu Ming would really rush into the hurricane. That kid has a rare treasure. He's not afraid of the hurricane. Someone reacted. It's that bead. Who's that kid? We must take him down. A half-saint expert of the Tianshan sect shouted coldly with a burning light in his eyes. There was actually someone who had a rare treasure and was unafraid of the hurricane. If they obtained it, wouldn't they be able to enter the mountains directly? Damn it, that guy, could he have entered the mountain alone? When the others spoke, it immediately caused the people from the Heaven Deity sect and the Yudu sect to be incomparably furious. They had already sent back the news that the Saint Realm experts would arrive soon. However, someone had actually rushed into the mountain first with a rare treasure. If we surround this place, even if that brat gets some treasure, he won't be able to escape. Once he comes out, well, kill him. The half-saint expert of the Tianshan sect said indifferently. Boom! 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 At this moment, the tornado that Lu Ming had entered actually moved. It moved in the direction of the people from the Heavenly God sect. What's going on? Everyone from the Heaven God sect was shocked and quickly retreated. That kid's treasure can actually control hurricanes. The half-saint of the Tianshan sect roared, and the fiery light in his eyes became stronger. He was right. The air-frozen bead could indeed control hurricanes. Now, Lu Ming was using the air-frozen bead to control the hurricane. Lu Ming had discovered this when he was in the hurricane. After the air-frozen bead absorbed dozens of wind crystals, it gained the ability to control the hurricane. Lu Ming was in the middle of the hurricane. He controlled the hurricane and swept it towards the people of the Tianshan sect. The speed of the hurricane became faster and faster. Damn it, retreat, retreat! The people of the Heavenly God sect shouted and quickly retreated. Even a saint would die if he entered the hurricane, let alone them. Not far away, Tian Shui and the other two were dumbstruck when they saw this. As expected of junior brother Lu Ming. Amazing! After being stunned for a while, Tian Shui joyfully said. The people of the Heavenly God sect retreated quickly. The speed at which Lu Ming controlled the hurricane became faster and faster. It was many times faster than when he moved naturally previously. He was closely following the people of the Heavenly God sect. The others were shocked. To be able to control a hurricane, he was simply undefeatable in this place. Damn it, who is that kid? They dare to oppose our Tianshan sect. Investigate, we must investigate. A half-saint of the Heavenly God sect roared. And NBSP hoo-hoo. At this moment, a hurricane suddenly moved from the side and rushed towards the people of the Heaven God sect. In the heavenly wind plain, there were some hurricanes surrounding the mountain, but there were still many hurricanes that stopped in various parts of the heavenly wind plain. At this moment, Lu Ming was controlling a hurricane from a long distance and it rushed towards the people of the Heavenly God sect. Of course, there was a limit to such long-distance control. If it was too far away, it could not be controlled. This time, dozens of people from the Tianshan sect were caught off guard and were swept into the hurricane, including a half-saint expert. A series of screams rang out. Those below the half-saint realm were instantly cut into pieces by the hurricane. Only the half-saint expert was still holding on. A holy weapon appeared on his body and blocked the wind around him. No, quickly let me out! The half-saint expert shouted in fear. He wanted to charge forward with all his might, but with his cultivation, he couldn't get out of the tornado at all. The terrifying wind kept bombarding his saint weapon, making it tremble. It didn't look like it could last much longer. Let me out quickly. Brat, you dare to offend my Tianshan sect? You're courting death. The half-saint was still shouting and threatening Lu Ming to let him go. How sad. Rest in peace. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. Of course, Lu Ming's voice had also been deliberately changed. No one could tell that he was Lu Ming. Then, he controlled the tornado and swept it towards the other people of the Tianshan sect. Split up and run, split up and run. Some of the remaining experts of the Heavenly Divine sect shouted. Then, the people of the Heavenly God sect scattered and fled in all directions. Lu Ming sighed in pity. The speed of the tornado was still too slow. It could not catch up with those experts at all. Just now, they were caught off guard and only swept dozens of people from the Tianshan sect into the tornado. At this moment, the half-saint expert who had been sucked into the tornado could no longer hold on. Gotcha! Cracks appeared on his saint weapon, and then it exploded with a bang. No, the half-saint screamed in fear and then turned into ashes in the endless terrible wind. Everyone was shocked. A half-saint had been tricked and died just like that. Lu Ming walked out of the tornado and the air-frozen beads green light enveloped him. The people of the Heavenly God sect fixed their eyes on Lu Ming. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would have been riddled with holes. Brat, who are you? How dare you kill the experts of my Heaven God sect? In the distance, Yu Sheng glared at Lu Ming and roared. Those who commit injustice are doomed to destruction. I just don't like your Tianshan sect. Lu Ming said indifferently. You're seeking your own death. Yu Sheng roared. Oh, then come and kill me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Yu Sheng's expression was ugly. What a joke. Asking him to kill Lu Ming now was courting death. Kill. A half-saint of the Tianshan sect slashed out a ray of holy light toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully and entered the tornado in a flash. The divine light was destroyed by the power of the tornado when it hit. Then, Lu Ming controlled the tornado, which continued to stare at the half-saint and rushed toward him. The half-saint's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly turned around and fled. And NBSP hoo-hoo. The tornado suddenly changed its direction and charged toward the people from the Sky Demon sect. "What are you doing? Run!" Mo Yang roared as he fled. The other people from the Tianyu demonic sect also fled. Lu Ming controlled the tornado and gave chase. The people of the Tianyu demon sect and the Heavenly God sect were in a state of panic. Lu Ming took special care of Mo Yang and chased after him, causing Mo Yang to be in a sorry state. He was furious. As one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent, he was being chased around in public. He had lost all his face. As Lu Ming chased after them, he suddenly changed the direction of the wind and rushed towards the people from the Desire Poison sect. It caused the people from the Desire Poison sect to flee for their lives. Chapter 1579 Saint Realm Attacks and NBSP. The people of the other smaller factions were all stunned. Lu Ming was actually chasing after 3 top sects at the same time. It was confusing. However, the people of the 3 sects were indeed in a sorry state. "Brat, when the Sage Realm expert of my Tianshan sect descends, you will be dead." Yu Xing roared. "That's right. There's also the Sage Realm experts of my Yudu sect. They'll arrive soon. Even if you hide in the hurricane, you'll still die." Someone from the Desire Poison sect also roared. He was really furious. Lu Ming was cheating by hiding in the tornado. He could only chase after them while they could only escape. They could not fight back. If they did, they would be courting death. Don't even mention how aggrieved he was. Lu Ming did not care and focused on controlling the tornado to pursue. However, the members of the 3 major sects had learned their lesson and stayed away from all the tornadoes. This way, even if Lu Ming could control the other tornadoes, he would not be able to kill the members of the 3 major sections. In the end, Lu Ming glared at Mo Yang and chased him around the area for more than 10 rounds. His face was the color of a pig's liver because of anger and grievance. After chasing for a while, when he was far away, Lu Ming silently exited the tornado. Then, he changed his figure and aura and arrived not far from Tian Chui and the rest. The tornadoes had stopped, but the people of the 3 sects were still cautious and stayed away from any tornadoes. After a long while, the tornado didn't move at all. The people of the 3 sects let out a long breath. However, the eyes of the people from the 3 sects were burning with a terrifying fire. They knew that they had been fooled by Lu Ming. If this matter was spread, the 3 major sects would lose all their face. Mo Yang, in particular, was even more furious. Just like that, time passed by quickly as the people of the 3 major sects were on high alert. An hour later. Buzz! A white holy light flashed in the sky, and an old man in a white robe appeared. "Elder, the Sage Realm Elder of my Heaven God sect has arrived." The people of the Heavenly God sect were overjoyed. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! Following that, air-piercing sounds rang out continuously. At least 7 to 8 figures appeared in the sky, each of them exuding a vast pressure. It was the might of a saint. The people who had come were all saints. Some of them were wearing green robes while others were wearing white robes. They were Saint Realm experts from the Yudu sect and the Tianshan sect. 3 Saint Realm experts from each of the 2 sects had come. The other 2 saints were not from the 2 sections. They were probably from the small forces nearby. Some small sects and forces also had Saint Realm experts. Some of the sects were not weak, only slightly weaker than the 13 top sections. The 8 saints stood in the air, looking at the mountain in front of them. To be more precise, they were looking at the phoenix shadow. What a powerful aura! This is at least an absolute saint weapon, or even more. A sage expert of the Tianshan sect spoke, his eyes revealing a burning light. The other sages were also excited. Boom! All of a sudden, a saint from the Tianshan sect moved. He took a step forward, and the whole world rumbled. A milky white saint light shot up from his body. Finally, the infinite saint light condensed into a battle blade. The saber was at least tens of thousands of meters long. It crossed the void and slashed at the tornadoes in front of him. Boom! The blade of holy light struck the tornado and made an ear-piercing sound. The terrifying wind was like an infinite blade, constantly hitting the blade of holy light. The space was shaking. Break! The sage of the Tianshan sect roared. The aura on his body was even more terrifying. The light of his holy light battle blade shone brightly as he tried to split the tornado. The huge blade of holy light actually cut into the tornado. Many people held their breath and looked forward with wide eyes. Could a saint stage powerhouse break through the tornado? However, when the holy light battle blade was cut halfway, it was finally slashed by the endless wind blades and exploded. The sage realm expert of the heavenly god sect had failed. In the distance, Lu Ming's expression was still very solemn. The strength of a saint stage powerhouse is truly terrifying. Lu Ming thought to himself. He knew very well how powerful the tornado was. If a half-saint entered, he would die without even being able to resist. However, the saint realm expert just now could actually split the tornado in half and almost completely split it in half. His strength was truly terrifying. Faced with such an expert, Lu Ming would not be safe even if he used the air-frozen bead to hide in the tornado. The hurricane here is too strong. One person can't break it. How about we join forces? Jiang Chen said. A saint from the Yu-Du sect said. Join forces? How will we split the treasures after we enter? One of the sages from the heavenly god sect said. After entering, of course it'll be based on your own ability. Whoever gets it will get it. A saint from the desire poison sect said. Alright, we agree. The three sages of the heavenly god sect nodded at the same time. The other two saints from the small sects nodded in agreement. Boom! 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 The 8 saints released terrifying auras at the same time. Their boundless saintly might filled the air. At the same time, a saint weapon rushed out of each of the 8, shining with brilliant light. The power of a saint weapon in the hands of a saint was completely different from that of anyone below the saint realm. It was terrifying. Then, all 8 of them struck out at the same time. All 8 of their saint weapons struck at the tornado. Boom! The tornado shook violently. The tornado was powerful, but it couldn't stop the combined attack of 8 saints. After a loud boom, the tornado exploded and turned into a violent wind that scattered in all directions. One of the tornadoes was broken. Many people's eyes lit up. Continue. One of the sages from the heavenly god sect said. Then, the 8 sages continued to attack. Terrifying attacks were continuously launched. The tornadoes were destroyed by the 8 people's attacks, turning into wind energy and dissipating. Soon, at least a dozen tornadoes were blown apart, and a huge gap appeared in the tornadoes surrounding the mountain. Everyone could clearly see the situation inside the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a huge cave. Bright light filled the cave. Surprisingly, the other tornadoes around the mountain didn't move. They didn't fill up the gap. Buzz! Suddenly, a sage realm elder of the heaven god sect turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the mountain. In an instant, he rushed out of the hurricane's range. Don't even think about it. The people from the desire poison sect roared and rushed forward as well. In the blink of an eye, the 8 sages had rushed into the region enveloped by the hurricane and into the cave. "Let's go in and take a look." The others couldn't hold it in any longer. After seeing the 8 saints rush in, some others also rushed into the cave. The phoenix nailed to the wall one figure after another rushed into the cave and disappeared. "Senior brother, senior sister, how about we go in as well?" Lu Ming went to Tian Shui and Xuan Ningxin's side and restored his original appearance. "Alright, let's go in and take a look," Tian Shui said. "Lu Ming, I'm not going in." Eden shook his head. Eden knew very well that with his cultivation level, it would be useless for him to enter. If he encountered danger, he would drag Lu Ming and the rest down. Lu Ming nodded and did not say anything else. He, Tian Shui, and Xuan Ningxin rushed toward the cave. The cave was huge, and there was a downward passage. At this moment, another phoenix's cry was heard. It came from the bottom of the cave, but the voice was low, weak, and full of despair. Boom! 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 Following that, a terrifying boom came from below. Could it be that there's a great battle below? Lu Ming and the other two's expressions changed, and they became even more careful. They completely concealed their auras and drew their saint weapons at any time. At the same time, Lu Ming was ready to bring Tian Shui and Xuan Ningxin into the mountain and river diagram at any time. The passage was not long, and the 3 of them soon reached the end. At the end of the passage was a huge and wide underground cave. It seemed to be man-made. The moment Lu Ming and the other 2 entered the underground cave, they were stunned. They looked ahead in shock. There was a huge wall in front of the underground cave, and a phoenix was nailed to the wall. That's right, a divine bird phoenix was nailed to the wall. Its wings and legs were pierced through and nailed to the wall. Its neck was also locked to the wall. Fresh blood flowed from his wings, feet, and along the wall. At this moment, the phoenix was already very weak, and its breath was hanging by a thread. Bzzz. It let out a wail, its voice filled with despair. Lu Ming's heart trembled. It seemed that the phoenix's cry that had resounded throughout the Skywind Plains was made by this phoenix. It was filled with despair and unwillingness. A divine bird phoenix was nailed to the wall and could only watch as it bled to death. How unwilling was this? Who did this? Boom! 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 A violent boom interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts and he shifted his gaze away from the phoenix. Below the wall was an ancient altar. The phoenix blood flowed along the wall and onto the altar, seeping into it. A mirror was floating above the altar. This mirror was carved with a phoenix pattern. Moreover, there was an illusionary image of a phoenix flying around the mirror. The bright light was emitted from this mirror. Bzzz. The cry of a phoenix rang out. It was intense, high-pitched, and filled with the domineering aura of the king of birds. Lu Ming finally knew that the phantom of the phoenix that had appeared on the mountain and the high-pitched cry had come from this mirror. There were indeed 2 different phoenix cries. One belonged to the phoenix, and the other belonged to the mirror. This mirror was covered in a halo, giving off a terrifying pressure. The 8 saints were all attacking the halo on the mirror. This kind of pressure. It seems to be the pressure of a great emperor. Lu Ming felt the mirror's pressure and he was shocked. He had felt the pressure from Emperor Tsang and Shakyamuni annihilating Seoul before. They were extremely similar to this ancient mirror. They were existences on the same level. A monarch weapon. A word flashed in Lu Ming's mind. There was really a monarch weapon here. This is a formation. Then, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could see that the entire altar, as well as the ground around it, was covered with veined patterns that formed a grand formation. This is the Grand Ceiling Formation. The monarch weapon is the core. The phoenix nailed to the wall is the key to breaking the formation. The blood that it shed can break the formation. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Someone had injured the phoenix and nailed her here, using her blood that was filled with resentment to break the formation. But now, they had barged in and the 8 sages were obviously attracted by the monarch weapon. They attacked the light ring with all their might, trying to get the monarch weapon. This way, it would be equivalent to helping to crack the formation. Lu Ming could see all of this. The 8 sages must have thought of this as well. However, they did not think about anything else now. The only thing in their eyes was the sovereign weapon. As long as he could get the monarch weapon, he didn't care what formation he broke. The 8 sages kept bombarding the light screen, and the underground cave kept shaking. The others watched from afar, unable to interfere at all. Gotcha. After a while, the light curtain finally couldn't take it anymore. A crack appeared on the light curtain. Then, the cracks increased and finally, the light curtain exploded with a bang. The light barrier shattered, and the cry of a phoenix resounded through the cave. The monarch weapon is mine. A sage expert of the heavenly god sect roared. Dream on, you want a monarch weapon? Let's see if you have the ability. The saint of the Yudu sect also roared. His body was covered in poisonous gas as he rushed toward the saint of the Tianshan sect. At the same time, he formed a giant hand and grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. Get lost. Anyone who blocks me will die. Kill. Chaos, complete chaos. The formation's light screen shattered, and the 8 sages were thrown into chaos. They all rushed toward the ancient phoenix mirror and fought each other. The value of a monarch weapon was simply too high to imagine. Thump. A giant hand formed from poisonous gas grabbed onto the ancient phoenix mirror, but the mirror trembled and a phoenix cried out. A pillar of light shot out from the mirror and destroyed the giant hand. But then, a giant hand made entirely of holy light also grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. Bzzzzz. The ancient phoenix mirror let out a phoenix cry, and then a phoenix phantom rushed out, crushing the giant hand of holy light. Then the ancient phoenix mirror trembled and flew directly above. A huge cauldron, a saint weapon, came crashing down. It was meant to suppress the ancient phoenix mirror, but the mirror dodged the cauldron's attack with a flash. The cauldron failed to suppress the ancient phoenix mirror. The terrifying power hit the altar below, shattering it and sending rocks flying. Boom! On the other side, the ancient phoenix mirror hit the wall above him, sending gravel flying. The ancient phoenix mirror directly pierced through the mountain, creating a passage, and the ancient phoenix mirror flew out along the passage. Where are you going? Chase! The 8 saints rose into the sky and followed the tunnel created by the phoenix mirror. In the blink of an eye, all the saints had left the underground cave. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on Phoenix, who was pinned to the wall. It was obvious that this was a saint-level phoenix, and its entire body was full of treasures. Chapter 1581 Evil spirits discipline King. They were not qualified to fight for the sovereign weapon, but now that the saint had left, they could not miss the phoenix. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. One figure after another charged toward Phoenix, who was on the wall. Get lost, you're looking for death. Kill. Roars of anger rang out as all sorts of brilliant rays of light exploded, filled with terrifying killing intent. Instantly, dozens of experts were blown up in the air, and blood filled the air. Among them, Mo Yang was the most terrifying. As soon as he made his move, the sky was filled with black demonic fire. Anyone who touched it was immediately burned and turned into ashes. The half-saints of the Yudu sect and the Tianshan sect were also extremely terrifying. With a wave of their hands, powerful cultivators were killed one after another. The few of them were the fastest as they charged toward the phoenix. No one noticed that the blood of the people who were killed quickly seeped into the ground and disappeared after it scattered on the ground. At this moment, Lu Ming also rushed out. However, Lu Ming did not charge toward the phoenix. Instead, he charged toward the side of the altar. There was a stone plate the size of a basin with a Tai Chi pattern carved on it. When the altar was destroyed, this stone plate had flown out from the altar. Everyone thought that the formation on the altar only had one core, which was the ancient phoenix mirror. However, Lu Ming could tell that the formation on the altar actually had two cores. One of them was the ancient phoenix mirror, and the other was the stone plate. To be able to work together with the ancient phoenix mirror as the core of this formation, it was definitely not simple. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the stone tray, but it did not move at all. "It's that heavy?" Lu Ming was shocked. He tried to grab it but failed. This stone plate was heavier than a mountain. "I'll put away the mountain and river diagram first." Lu Ming's eyebrows glowed and shot out a beam of light that enveloped the stone plate. The stone plate was successfully kept into the mountain and river diagram. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a terrible sense of danger in his heart. This sense of danger made Lu Ming feel as if he was falling into an abyss. Not good, it's dangerous. Without thinking, Lu Ming took a step forward and retreated rapidly. At the same time, Mo Yang, who was pouncing toward the phoenix, had a drastic change in his expression. He suddenly turned around and frantically retreated. All heaven's favorites have extremely sharp spiritual senses. They can sense the danger that is coming and they can overcome the obstacles to reach the peak. Lu Ming was such a person, and Mo Yang was, without a doubt, such a person. Just as the two of them were retreating, wisps of black smoke rose from the altar and wrapped around a group of warriors. "Ah, what the hell is this?" someone shouted in fear. A terrifying scene happened. Anyone who was surrounded by the black smoke quickly shriveled up and turned into a dry corpse. It was the same as being devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. "Ah, get lost!" The others screamed in fear and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Those who were entangled by the black smoke turned into dried corpses. Break! Only a few half-saints could fight back. They took out their saint weapons and charged forward, dispersing the black smoke. However, after the black smoke was scattered, it gathered again and all the black smoke was surging toward one person. That person was a half-saint of the deity sect who had once participated in besieging and killing Lu Ming. All the black smoke gathered and increased its power. The half-saint's saint weapon was useless. The black smoke was like small snakes, drilling into the half-saint's body. The half-saint let out a desperate scream and turned into a dry corpse like the others. "Let's go!" The few half-saints who had escaped were terrified. They roared and retreated quickly. The others were also extremely frightened and retreated to the tunnel behind them. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xue Ningxin blended in with the crowd and retreated toward the passage. However, when they approached the passage, the walls on both sides exploded with a loud bang. Figures appeared in a flash and surrounded the passage. These people were all wrapped in black robes, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. Kill! The moment these people appeared, they charged at Lu Ming and the rest without saying a word. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that there would be people hiding on the walls. After reaching the martial royal realm, it would not be too difficult for a martial royal to cut a big hole in the wall, flatten it, or even restore it to its original state as long as one had mastered the earth domain or the mountain domain. However, everyone's attention had been drawn to the sovereign weapon and the phoenix. Caught off guard, a large number of experts were killed in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword light flickered, and blood splashed in all directions. One figure after another fell. Half-saint, so many half-saints. Someone shouted in fear. There were at least 7 or 8 half-step saints among the black-robed men. The sword light flashed, and no one could block it. The most shocking thing was that there were a few black-robed men standing on the side. They didn't make a move, but the aura they gave off was extremely shocking. That was the might of a saint. The black-robed men were all saints. Who are you people? How dare you kill the people of my Tianshan sect? A half-saint of the Tianshan sect roared, but he was met with a terrifying sword light. Buzz! 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 The black-robed saints didn't attack them. Instead, they walked past them and appeared in front of the broken altar. They bowed and said in unison, "Welcome back to the world, Dharmaraja. Flesh and blood, I want flesh and blood." Under the altar, a shriveled and unpleasant sound came out. It made people's hair stand on end. Lightning King? Lu Ming was shocked. These people were from Evil Spirit. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He finally knew what had happened here. There was actually an Evil Spirit cult master sealed in this place. Previously, the large array with the Tai Chi array disc and the ancient Phoenix mirror as the core was used to seal the Evil Spirit cult master. However, the Evil Spirit cult wanted to save their Shakyamuni, so they entered the Windy Plains and severely injured the Divine Bird Phoenix. Then, they nailed the Divine Bird Phoenix to the wall and used its blood, which was filled with resentment, to break the formation. Therefore, for the past half a month, the cries of phoenixes filled with unwillingness and despair could be heard from time to time, which attracted many experts. By the time the 8 Saint Realm experts entered, the power of the formation was already very weak. In order to fight for the ancient Phoenix mirror, the 8 Saint Realm experts broke the formation by force and shattered the altar, allowing the ancient Phoenix mirror to escape. This was equivalent to helping Evil Spirit cult greatly. Now, Evil Spirit's Discipline King was about to come out of seclusion. "Shakyamuni, we'll help you break the last formation first," a black-robed saint shouted. Then, the other black-robed saints started to attack the ground below the altar. There was another formation there, but it wasn't very strong. It was on the verge of collapse under the attacks of a few saints. "Senior brother, senior sister, well, go through the air passage," Lu Ming roared. The 3 of them rushed towards the tunnel that had been pierced through by the ancient Phoenix mirror. If they waited for Evil Spirit's Discipline King or a few saints to come out, they would all die. Chapter 1582 Dharma King's Birth. The 3 of them wielded their saint weapons and sent the black-robed men flying. The others had the same thought as Lu Ming and the rest. They also rushed toward the passage above their heads. There were at least 100 people rushing towards the tunnel above them, and a portion of them were rushing towards the tunnel they had entered earlier. Kill! The black-robed men hunted with all their might, leaving behind a large number of corpses in the underground cave. However, there were many of them who had entered this time. Although a large number of them had been killed, there were still a few hundred of them who charged towards the 2 passages. Boom! At this moment, the underground cave shook violently. The formation was broken, and gravel flew everywhere. A dark cave appeared below, and a skeleton-like old man floated out of the cave. "Flesh and blood, flesh and blood." The skeleton-like old man's hoarse voice rang out. After which, he pounced towards the corpses that had been killed. Wisps of black smoke seeped out from the old man's body and enveloped the corpses. Immediately, the corpses quickly shriveled up. Even the blood on the ground was absorbed by the black mist. The skeleton-like old man's body also became plumper and had more luster. I, Shakyamuni Devourer, am finally out." The old man laughed, and his eyes were filled with a shocking blood-red light. "Welcome back to the world, Dharmaraja." The black-robed saints bowed. You guys are not bad." Shakyamuni Spirit Devouring nodded. He then looked at the passage above and said, I need more flesh and blood, kill. Then, Shakyamuni spirit-devouring flew into the sky and chased after the passage above, followed by several saints. At that moment, Lu Ming and the rest had already rushed out of the passageway. As soon as he rushed out of the passage, he realized that the tornadoes that had been surrounding him had all disappeared. Even the tornadoes on the plane had disappeared. The plane had become an ordinary plane. Boom! Boom! In the sky, there were constant rumbles. Poisonous gas and holy light filled the world. At the same time, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. 8 saints were fighting in the sky for the phoenix mirror. No, not just 8 people. Lu Ming looked up and saw more than a dozen figures fighting in the sky. The entire sky was about to explode. The dozen of them were all sages. It was obvious that while they were in, another saint had arrived to take part in the fight for the phoenix mirror. The ancient phoenix mirror was surrounded by many saints. More than a dozen saints fought with each other, and no one could get the ancient phoenix mirror. Bang! Buzz! In the sky, a figure was sent flying, spitting out blood. A saint was injured. He was a saint from the Heaven God sect. There were strong and weak saints as well. Obviously, this person was one of the weaker ones in the saint realm. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest rushed out of the passage, they did not stop at all. They ran wildly out of the windy plains. Behind them, the evil spirit people gave chase. Elder, save me! Some people from the Heavenly God sect and the Yudu sect shouted loudly, seeking help from the saint realm experts. What? The injured saint took a step forward and appeared above the crowd. He said, "What's going on? There's an ambush in that cave. Many of us were killed by them." A disciple of the Heavenly God sect quickly replied. They let out a long breath when they saw the half-saint of the Heavenly God sect. Such great courage! A cold killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly God sect saint realm expert. Just now, he was the first one to be injured in the fight for the ancient phoenix mirror. He had been suppressing his anger in his heart and had no place to vent it. Now, he turned his target to the evil spirit cult. Kill! The saint from the Tianshan sect took a step forward. The sky was filled with saint light, forming a terrifying sword chi that charged towards the evil spirit cult. In an instant, more than a dozen evil spirit powerhouses were killed, including 2 half-saints. A saint stage expert could condense saint power. Once the saint power was released, the true origin could not resist it at all and was instantly pierced through. Retreat! The rest of the evil spirit cultists retreated. However, Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuanixin did not stop at all. They continued to rush out. There was actually a Guardian King level figure sealed here. Evil spirits' Guardian Kings were all Emperor level powerhouses. Even if they had been sealed for many years, they were still absolutely terrifying. It was better to leave now. The Tianshan sect saint naturally didn't know any of this. Saint Light burst out from his body, and with a spirit that cared about the world, he stepped towards the people from evil spirit. How dare you kill the people of my Tianshan sect? Leave no one alive. The saint of the Heavenly God sect coldly spoke. Oh, really? Let's see how you're going to kill him. He. At this time, a sneer was heard. Shakyamuni spirit-devouring flew out of the tunnel in the mountain. His body was covered in black smoke as he flew over. The saint realm expert of the Tianshan sect looked at Shakyamuni Shirling and frowned. He realized that he couldn't see through the other party and didn't know his cultivation realm. However, he could feel that the other party seemed to be very weak, his chi and blood extremely weak. Humph, the old man whose chi and blood are about to be exhausted has also come to die. Kill! The saint of the Tianshan sect shouted coldly as he condensed a spear of divine punishment in his hand. Whoosh! As the spear of divine punishment struck out, a terrifying whistling sound resounded in the sky. Even the space started to ripple. The spear of God's punishment used by a saint was too terrifying. It was completely condensed from saint power and carried the power of laws. Lu Ming felt that even if he blocked it with a saint weapon, he would be pierced. Bang! The spear of divine punishment accurately hit Shakyamuni Devourer, who exploded. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. The Heaven God sect saint sneered in disdain. Is that so? Ga ga ga. With a sneer, Shakyamuni Shirling turned into wisps of black smoke and wrapped around the saint of the Heaven God sect. How is that possible? Under the power of my laws, even a natural-type spirit body would be seriously injured. The Heaven God sect saint roared in disbelief. Some nature-type spirit bodies, such as fire and lightning, had strong vitality. When their bodies collapsed, they could greatly reduce the damage. However, the power of the law was extremely harmful to this kind of spiritual body. The spear attack of the saint of the Tiantian sect could definitely injure the opponent, but it seemed that the opponent was not hurt at all. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically because he felt the blood in his body boiling as if it was going to be swallowed by the black smoke around him. Explode, break! The saint of the Tiantian sect roared, and his saint power burst out, trying to destroy the black smoke of Discipline King Shirling. However, it was of no use. The black smoke dissipated and once again condensed into small snakes, drilling into the body of the Heaven God sect saint. This is the soul-devouring technique. Who are you? The Heaven God sect saint cried out in fear. Hee, you're quite knowledgeable. You know about the soul-devouring technique. The soul-devouring Shakyamuni. A cold laugh came from the black smoke. Shakyamuni Spirit Devourer? You're the Spirit Devourer of evil spirit. The eyes of the saint from the Tiantian sect widened, and he looked extremely frightened. Chapter 1583 Fallen Saint Evil Spirits Guardian Kings were all Emperor-ranked powerhouses. There was actually a Guardian King here? At this moment, Shakyamuni Devourer condensed his body again, and his palm pierced out like a knife. The saint of the Tiantian sect was so shocked that he forgot to retreat. His heart was pierced by Shakyamuni's palm. The terrifying soul-devouring force was crazily devouring the blood of the saint. No, the Tiantian sect saint struggled madly, but it was useless. The terrifying power of Discipline King Shirling poured into his body and exploded. His saint heart was shattered. The Heaven God sect saint was dead. A saint was killed just like that, and it was only because Discipline King Spirit Devouring had been sealed for many years and his strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, an emperor-level expert could kill a saint of the Tiantian sect with a snap of his fingers. Go, quickly go, the other party is Evil Spirit's Discipline King, a great emperor expert. At the scene, everyone was panicking and running away from the windy plains in a frenzy. As for Shakyamuni Shirling, he had absorbed the blood of a saint. His body was covered in bloodlight, and his aura was much stronger. The blood of a saint is indeed wonderful. There's still a lot of it here. Shakyamuni Spirit Devouring looked up into the sky, where there were still more than a dozen saints. Buzz! Shakyamuni Spirit Devouring stepped into the air and ascended. The dozen saints' pupils contracted. Just now, the saint of the Tiantian sect had been killed, and he had shouted loudly. They had naturally heard and seen it. Now that Shakyamuni Shirling was walking over, they were all shocked. Everyone, the other party is a great emperor expert. Even though he has been sealed for many years, he is still terrifying. We'd better join forces. A saint from the Yudu sect was the first to speak. Alright, I agree. I also agree. They could only join forces against Shakyamuni Spirit Devourer. Otherwise, they would die. Bzzz. At this moment, the ancient phoenix mirror let out a loud cry. It shone brightly and seemed to have turned into a phoenix, breaking out of the encirclement. You want to leave after sealing me for so many years? You're courting death. Discipline King Spirit Devouring said coldly. He waved his palm, and a giant palm condensed and grabbed at the phoenix ancient mirror. The phoenix spread its wings, and a dazzling ray of light shot out. It pierced through the huge hand condensed by Discipline King Spirit Devourer and rushed into the distance. Discipline King Soul Devouring frowned and didn't pursue. The dozen saints were afraid of him, so they didn't dare to pursue. In the blink of an eye, the ancient phoenix mirror disappeared from everyone's sight. On the heavenly wind plains, a young man was running wildly towards the outside of the heavenly wind plains. This person was Eden. He didn't enter the mountain but stayed outside. Then he saw the ancient phoenix mirror fly out and more than a dozen saints participate in the battle. He knew that there was no point in staying. It was extremely dangerous. If he was swept by the aftermath of the battle between saints, he would die. Therefore, he decided to leave the breezy plains and observe in the dark. While he was running, a phoenix's cry rang out. Then, a rainbow light shot towards his body, entered it, and disappeared. Eden's expression changed drastically. He carefully sensed for a moment and revealed a look of ecstasy. Monarch weapon, ancient phoenix mirror. Eden murmured in a low voice. Then, he used his movement technique and flew out at an extreme speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Discipline King Spirit Devouring looked at the dozen saints with a burning gaze. It was as if in his eyes, a Saint Realm expert was more attractive than an Emperor weapon. Kill. Suddenly, Shakyamuni Spirit Devouring moved and attacked one of them. Attack. More than a dozen saints attacked at the same time. Terrifying attacks gathered and bombarded Shakyamuni Shirling. However, Shakyamuni Shiling's body was as light as a feather. He dodged the attacks with a slight flash and continued to attack one of them. Help Dharmaraja. At this moment, a few black-robed men stepped into the sky and joined the battle. They were a few saints from Evil Spirit. They attacked and helped Discipline King Spirit Devouring restrain his opponent, making him even more comfortable. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Shakyamuni shivered and struck out with his palm. Wisps of black smoke spread out and rushed toward the saints. Shakyamuni devoured the previous saint, so he was obviously stronger. The saints seemed to be very afraid of the black smoke. They didn't dare to touch it. They kept attacking to disperse the black smoke. Some other attacks were aimed at Shakyamuni Shirling, but they seemed to be useless against him. His body collapsed and turned into wisps of black smoke. Die. Shakyamuni Spirit Devouring stared at one of the saints and kept attacking. That saint was from a small sect and was relatively weak. The saint's expression was ugly as he kept retreating. Lingyan steps. An ear-piercing sound came out of Shakyamuni Devourer's mouth. His body flickered and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Not good. The saint was shocked. He exploded his saint power and controlled the law to attack in all directions. But Pucci. Shakyamuni Devouring Spirit had already appeared in front of him. His palm pierced through the saint's heart, and the terrifying power destroyed his saint heart. Then, it began to absorb the blood of the other party. Stop him. We can't let him continue to absorb blood. A saint from the Yudu sect roared and attacked Shakyamuni Shirling. The other saints also attacked him. Shakyamuni had been sealed for many years. His vitality was weak, so his strength was low. However, if the other party absorbed his blood, his strength would probably skyrocket. The terrifying attacks landed on Shakyamuni Shirling. His body exploded, turning into wisps of black smoke and entering the body of the saint he had killed. You can't stop me. An evil voice came from the saint's body. His body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Destroy his corpse, die!" someone shouted. The terrifying attack landed on the saint's body and instantly cracked it. However, only a small amount of blood scattered and was rolled up by a cloud of black smoke. The blood was then sucked into the black smoke. Ga ga ga. As he laughed, Shakyamuni devoured his human form again. However, his body was plumper, and his aura was stronger. Spirit-destroying palm, kill, attack. Shakyamuni Devourer shouted. This time, he directly attacked. He had absorbed the blood of 2 saints in a row, and his strength had increased greatly. He could now use some terrifying means. A terrifying palm print was formed, and it attacked one of the saints. Bang! The saint exploded and struck the palm print, but the result was that the saint's body shook violently and he retreated while spitting blood. Hoo! Shakyamuni Spirit Devouring struck out more than a dozen palm prints. They covered the sky and attacked the saints. More than a dozen saints roared and attacked to block, but in the end, they were all forced to retreat while spitting blood. Emperor-level experts were too powerful. As long as they recovered some of their strength, these ordinary saints wouldn't be able to resist them. Emperor of Holy War. At the same time, Evil Spirit and a few other saints also attacked together, aiming at one person. Bang! After blocking Shakyamuni's attack, the man was attacked by several other saints. He couldn't resist at all. With a scream, his body was cracked and he died on the spot. Wizard King Spirit Devouring turned into a cloud of black smoke and absorbed all the blood. Not good. The other saints were all shocked. Shakyamuni's strength was already shocking enough. Now, he had absorbed the blood of another saint. His strength must be even more terrifying. Let's go. The dozen saints didn't dare to continue fighting. They turned around and ran. They came from different sects and weren't of one mind. At this moment of life and death, they all wanted to escape and let the others block them. He, if you want to escape, you'll all die. Master Spirit Devouring sneered and chased after the saints with a few evil spirit saints. The saint has been defeated. Run. There were still some people watching from below. They had thought that with more than a dozen saints working together, they would most likely be able to suppress the other party. They didn't expect to see this scene, and they were immediately scared out of their wits and began to run wildly. At that moment, Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuanixin were almost out of the windy plains. They did not stop. Shakyamuni Spirit Devourer was an emperor-level powerhouse. Although there were more than a dozen saints, Lu Ming still felt that a dozen saints might not be of much use. Not good. The saints have been defeated. Tian Shui growled. Saint might filled the air. The saints scattered and fled in all directions. Let's go. Shakyamuni's target is the saints. Our cultivation is too weak. He won't target us now. Lu Ming said. The 3 of them continued to fly at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, they were out of the heavenly wind plains. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying sharp light pierced through the sky and wind plains from the distant sky. It was a long spear, the spear of God's punishment. Another expert from the heavenly divine sect had arrived. This spear of divine punishment was extremely terrifying. It streaked across the void as if it was going to pierce through it. Absolute saint. Shakyamuni devoured his voice and struck out with his palm, clashing with the spear of divine punishment. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and Shakyamuni shivered and retreated dozens of miles. In the distant void, a figure stepped on the air and arrived. It was a middle-aged man with a slender figure. It was obvious that he had been very handsome when he was young. His expression was very calm, but he exuded a supreme majesty. Sect Master, it's the sect master. Some of the disciples of the Heavenly God sect shouted when they saw this middle-aged man. Lu Ming and the other two were also shocked. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect had actually come in person. I didn't expect an evil spirit's guardian king to be sealed here. But he looks very weak. A cold voice rang out. The one who spoke was not the sect master of the Heaven God sect, but from the other side. A green-robed old man suddenly appeared. He was the one who had spoken. Sect master. The Desire Poison sect disciples cried out in shock. The Desire Poison sect master had also arrived. He, two absolute saints came. As long as I kill you, I should be able to recover 20% of my cultivation. Shakyamuni Devourer laughed. Shakyamuni Spirit Devouring, Yi-Mo said. You still want to kill us in your current state? What a joke. Just leave. Leave the Azure continent and I won't hold you accountable for what happened today. The Heavenly God sect master calmly spoke. A mere absolute saint. What an arrogant tone. What if I don't retreat? Shakyamuni Devourer said coldly. If you don't retreat, he'll have to make you stay and completely destroy you. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect spoke. After which, he turned to the sect master of the Desire Poison sect, Brother Wu, how about we work together? I was thinking the same thing. The sect master of the Desire Poison sect said. He, then let me see what you juniors can do. Kill. Shakyamuni Spirit Devouring charged at the sect master of the Heavenly God sect. Boom. Boom. At the same time, the sect masters of the Tianshan sect and the Yudu sect both released terrifying auras and charged at Shakyamuni. Instantly, the entire area was covered in white holy light, green poisonous gas, and black smoke. Terrifying rumbles were heard continuously. Shakyamuni has been blocked. Let's go. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He took out the space-breaking flying shuttle. The three of them stepped into the space-breaking flying shuttle and flew away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the place. The speed of the space-breaking flying shuttle was very fast, but it still took a few minutes for the terrible shaking in the heavenly wind plane to completely disappear. Damn, he actually got himself a great emperor. That was close. Tian Chui said with lingering fear in his heart. Emperor-ranked characters were truly too terrifying. For so many years, the Azure continent had only produced one Emperor Tsang. After Emperor Tsang, there was no other emperor. I wonder if the sect masters of the Deity sect and the Yudu sect can stop Shakyamuni? Xuanixin said. The evil spirit cult was destroyed 80,000 years ago, and Discipline King Devourer was probably sealed by another great emperor 80,000 years ago. He's been extremely weak for so many years, but he's still a great emperor. It's hard to say if he has two absolute saints. Lu Ming said. However, all of this had nothing to do with them. With their strength, there was no point in worrying. They could not interfere at all. Ordinary saints couldn't even interfere with that kind of expert. They would be killed if they tried. I wonder how little Qing is doing. I didn't see her before. Lu Ming was a little worried. He took out his voice transmission Jade Talisman and was about to send a voice transmission to Xianyanqing. However, as soon as he took out his Jade Talisman, he received a voice transmission from Xianyanqing, asking him how he was. He was filled with worry. Since Xianyanqing had sent him a voice transmission, it meant that Xianyanqing was fine. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming then replied to Xianyanqing's message. Through the voice transmission Jade Talisman, Lu Ming knew that Xianyanqing was now outside the Tianfeng plains. A saint from the Tianyu demonic sect had come and she was with him. Lu Ming adjusted his direction and the space-breaking shuttle flew rapidly towards Xianyanqing. Soon, he saw Xianyanqing. The two of them chatted for a while before bidding each other farewell. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and the other two stepped onto the space-breaking flying shuttle again and headed for Dragon God Valley. The Heavenly Wind Plain was in the west of the Tsang region, while the Dragon God Valley was in the southeast of the Tsang region. The distance was very far, and it would take a long time even with the help of the space-breaking shuttle. 7 days later, they landed in a large city and asked for information. As expected, the matter of the Heavenly Wind Plains had already spread throughout the Tsang region. Lu Ming and the other two asked around and heard a lot of news. In the Sky Wind Plains, the spirit-devouring Shakyamuni of evil spirit reappeared in the world and killed several saints. Finally, he fought with the two sect masters of the deity sect and the Yudu sect. That battle was earth-shattering. In the end, Discipline King Shirling was too weak to fight against the two absolute saints. He was severely injured and escaped with a few of his saint minions. The rest of the evil spirit people were killed by the other saints. Even so, the people of the various sects in the Azure continent were still in a state of panic. There were rumors that evil spirit was about to rise again, and the world was about to be plunged into misery and suffering. Now, a guardian king had broken out of the seal. Once he recovered in the future, how could they stop him when there was no emperor in the Azure continent? Many people could only hope that there would be emperor-ranked figures outside of the Azure continent who would take action to deal with evil spirit. After Lu Ming and the other two gathered some information, they continued to board the space-breaking flying shuttle and headed for Dragon God Valley. When he returned to the southeast of the Tsang region, Lu Ming readjusted the flying shuttle and headed for the Lu clan's castle. Lu Ming planned to make a trip to the Lu clan fort first to settle Feng Ling and the other Feng villagers there. He would also bring Xiangxiang Bela back to Dragon God Valley. Heaven-defying disciples soon, the Lu clan's fort was in sight. The three of them alighted from the spatial shuttle. After Lu Ming kept the spatial shuttle, the three of them stepped on the air and headed toward the Lu clan's fort. It's young Master Lu. The people from the Lu clan fort immediately recognized Lu Ming and welcomed him into the Lu clan fort. Junior brother Lu Ming, I can't believe you accepted a disciple here. I'd like to see it for myself. Tian Shui was extremely curious. Not only him, Xuanixin was also the same. They were still young. At this age, it was the golden age for cultivation. They would not usually take in disciples, because they would be distracted. Only when they had reached a certain age, past the golden age of cultivation, would they consider taking in disciples. Moreover, Lu Ming was so young and he had already accepted disciples. The disciple he accepted would definitely not be ordinary. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Xiangxiang Beila's talent was absolutely shocking. Now that they had not met for a year, what realm had Xiangxiang Beila's cultivation base reached? Young Master Lu. Lu Zhenghao came over from a distance. Patriarch Lu, these two are my senior brother and senior sister. Lu Ming introduced Tian Shui and Xuanixin to Lu Zhenghao. Lu Zhenghao quickly saluted Tian Shui and Xuanixin. After that, everyone came to the main hall of the Lu family. After everyone took their seats, a maidservant naturally served them tea. Lu family head, where is Xiangxiang? Lu Ming asked. Xiangxiang is cultivating in seclusion. I've already asked Wanjun to call her. Lu Zhenghao said. Patriarch Lu, I have a favor to ask of you. Lu Ming nodded. Young master, please speak. As long as the Lu clan can do it, we will do our best to help. Lu Zhenghao said. Clan head Lu, you're being too serious. It's not a big deal. I have some friends who would like to settle down in the Lu clan fort. Is that possible? Lu Ming said. Of course you can. How many people are there? Lu Zhenghao asked. A few hundred people, let's go out and take a look. With that, Lu Ming walked out of the hall and into the courtyard outside the hall. Then, he waved his hand and Feng Ling and the Feng family villagers all appeared in the courtyard. As soon as Feng Ling and the others appeared, they started to look around. Feng Ling, village chief, it's me. Lu Ming said with a smile. You are Big Brother Lu? Feng Ling widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Back then, Lu Ming had disguised himself. Now that he had restored his original appearance, Feng Ling, the village chief, and the rest naturally could not recognize him. It's me. Village chief, we're already at the southeast of the Azure region. How about you guys stay here from now on? Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, I'll just follow your arrangements. The village chief said. Don't worry, young Master Lu. I'll get someone to arrange their accommodation. I'll definitely find a place with a good environment to settle them down. Lu Zhenghao said. Then, he called a patriarch of the Lu family, Feng Ling, the village chief, and the others to settle down. In this way, one of Lu Ming's worries could be considered resolved. Master. A crisp voice was heard. A figure flashed and a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was Lu Xiangxiang. Lu Wanjun followed behind Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang, why aren't you paying your respects to your master? You don't know any manners. Lu Wanjun scolded him. Disciple pays respects to master. Xiangxiang Bela bowed to Lu Ming obediently. He, no need. Come, let me introduce you. This is my senior brother. You should call him 7th senior uncle. This is my senior sister. You should call him 8th senior aunt. Lu Ming pointed at Tian Chui and Xuanixin and started to introduce them. Xiangxiang greets 7th martial uncle and 8th martial aunt. Xiang obediently bowed to Tian Chui and Xuanixin. Good girl, this is a gift from 8th martial aunt. Xuanixin took out a green bead and gave it to Xiangxiang. It was an emperor's spiritual weapon as a greeting gift. Come, 7th uncle also has a gift for you. Tian Chui grinned as he took out an emperor's spiritual weapon and gave it to Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang, your cultivation. You've reached LV9 Martial King realm. At this moment, a look of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. I've just broken through to LV9 Martial King realm a few days ago. Xiangxiang Bela nodded. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. He was shocked. 1 year. In just 1 year, Xiangxiang Bela's cultivation had already broken through to LV9 Martial King realm. This speed was simply too shocking. This was in the Lu clan fort, and they had not received the resources of a top sect to nurture them. This speed left Lu Ming dumbfounded. It's not bad to be able to reach LV9 Martial King realm at this age. Xiangxiang, how long have you been cultivating? Tian Chui asked. Xiangxiang has been cultivating for a year. A year ago, master taught me how to cultivate. Xiangxiang Bela said. A year's time is not bad. Wait, what? A year? Tian Chui started to nod his head and immediately reacted. His mouth opened wider and wider as he looked at Xiangxiang in disbelief. Xuanixin was also dumbfounded. A year ago, before he had even started cultivating, he had used only a year to reach LV9 Martial King realm. This kind of speed had left Tian Chui and Xuanixin flabbergasted. Although this was the Yuan continent and many Heaven's Pride experts cultivated at an amazing speed, they had never heard of anyone who had only spent a year to reach the 9th level of the Martial King realm. On the side, Lu Wanjun and Lu Zhenghao were both excited and happy. To be honest, at the beginning, Xiangxiang Bela's cultivation speed had also shocked them. Now, it had completely turned into excitement. Xiangxiang Bela blinked her big eyes, curiously looking at the dumbstruck Tian Chui and Xuanixin. She really couldn't understand why her martial aunt and martial uncle were like this. After a long time, Tian Chui and Xuanixin finally reacted. Junior brother, I'm so envious that I can actually take in such a good disciple. If I had such a disciple, even if I don't cultivate, I'd still give her some good guidance. Tian Chui looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Then, as a martial uncle, you must give me more guidance in the future. Lu Ming said with a smile. They chatted, and when night fell, Lu Zhenghao prepared a banquet for them. That night, Lu Ming and the few of them stayed in the Lu clan fort. The next morning, Lu Ming bade farewell to Lu Zhenghao and Lu Wanjun. Mother, grandfather, take care. Xiangxiang said goodbye to Lu Zhenghao and Lu Wanjun reluctantly. Xiangxiang, in the future, when you're in Dragon God Valley, you must listen to Master and cultivate well, understand? Lu Wanjun's eyes were full of reluctance, and tears began to fall. Mother, don't cry. Xiangxiang will find time to come and see you. Xiangxiang Bela said obediently. Then, Xiangxiang said goodbye to Lu Zhenghao. Lu family head, young madam, well meet again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left with Xiangxiang, disappearing from Lu Zhenghao and the others' sight. After flying for a while, Lu Ming took out the space-breaking flying shuttle. The four of them stepped into the space-breaking flying shuttle and headed for Dragon God Valley. It was Xiangxiang Beila's first time riding on a space-breaking flying shuttle, and she had a child's temperament. She quickly threw the sadness of separation to the back of her mind and looked around. She then pulled Lu Ming and asked him all sorts of questions. She was extremely curious. Tai Chi Formation Plate. The Lu clan fort was very close to Dragon God Valley. They arrived not long after they took the space-breaking shuttle. As they approached Dragon God Valley, everyone got off the space-breaking shuttle and stepped into the Dragon God Valley, heading towards Cloud Dragon Valley. Xiangxiang, are you cold? Lu Ming turned to look at Xiangxiang. The little girl's face was red from the cold. I'm not. Xiangxiang Bela shook her head. A layer of green radiance emanated from her body to resist the cold air outside. Below them, the snow mountain passed by their feet. Soon, they arrived at Cloud Dragon Valley. Ming come to my immortal's cave. As soon as Lu Ming and the rest stepped into Cloud Dragon Valley, the Valley Master's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. With the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's realm, his spiritual sense covered the entire Cloud Dragon Valley. It wasn't difficult for him to know that they had returned. Senior brother, senior sister, Master is looking for me. I'll go to Master's cave first. Lu Ming said. Alright, then junior brother should go quickly. Let's return to the cave dwelling first. Xuanixin said. Lu Ming nodded. He brought Xiangxiang Bela and headed towards the depths of Cloud Dragon Valley. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the cave abode of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was sitting cross-legged on a futon in the cave abode. Disciple Lu Ming greets Master. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Grand Disciple Lu Xiangxiang pays her respects to Grand Master. Lu Xiangxiang was very obedient. When she saw Lu Ming bow, she quickly followed suit. What? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was slightly taken aback. He looked at Xiangxiang Bela and said, Ming is this your disciple? Yes, this is the disciple I took in a year ago. I'll need more guidance from Master in the future. Lu Ming said. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master carefully sized up Xiangxiang Bela. Then, his eyes flickered, revealing a look of surprise. Following that, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes seemed to flash as he carefully stared at Xiangxiang Bela. The more he looked, the stronger the light in his eyes became. Finally, a look of shock flashed across his face. "Ming-er, your disciple is amazing!" the Cloud Dragon Valley Master exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master could tell that Xiangxiang Bela was extraordinary. "Little girl, come here and let Grandmaster take a good look," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said gently. "Yes, Master." Xiangxiang Bela walked over obediently to the side of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. "Ha ha ha, what a sensible girl. Well, little girl, your master may not have so much time to guide you. In the future, Grandmaster will guide you in your cultivation." Cloud Dragon Valley rubbed Xiangxiang Bela's little head and laughed. "Many thanks, Master." Lu Ming was also overjoyed. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cultivation was much higher than his. It was unfathomable. Xiangxiang Bela's guidance from him would be much better than his. "Yes, Ming-er. You've been away for a year. How's the removal of the killing intent in the depths of your soul?" The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's tone changed. "It's already been cleaned up." Lu Ming nodded. "That's good. Ming-er, I have bad news for you. A few days ago, I received news that the deity of the Tianshan sect has broken through to the Sage Realm." Cloud Dragon Valley said with a serious expression. "Did the Divine Sun break through to the Saint Realm?" Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. "Ming-er, there's still a year and a half before the next treasure sealing assembly. In this year and a half, even if you cultivate with all your might, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to catch up to the Divine Child. So, Master will send you to a place where you might have a chance to fight for it," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. "Master, what is that place?" Lu Ming asked curiously. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had said a year ago that he would send him to a place and ask him to come back a year later. Lu Ming had always been very curious. "That place is called the 100-Tribe Battlefield. It's an extremely dangerous place, but it's also a place filled with endless opportunities. Only by going there will you have a chance of fighting the Divine Sun in the next treasure-fixing assembly. I'll tell you the details when we arrive at the starting point. Alright, take Xiangxiang out. Arrange her residence and show her around Cloud Dragon Valley. Well, set off in 3 days," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded and bade farewell to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He left the cave abode with Xiangxiang Bela. After that, Lu Ming picked a cave abode near his and let Xiangxiang Bela stay in it. Cloud Dragon Valley was huge and had many cave abodes. However, there were only about 100 people in the cave abode, so most of the cave abodes were empty. "Xiangxiang, if you have any questions about your cultivation during this period of time, you can ask me," Lu Ming said to Xiangxiang. "Yes, Master, I have some questions to ask." Xiangxiang Bela nodded and began to ask all the questions that she had encountered during this period of time. Lu Ming patiently answered them one by one. Half a day later, Xiangxiang Bela returned to her cave dwelling to cultivate in satisfaction. Lu Ming appeared in the mountain and river diagram. He was refining his second body and sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in the mountain and river diagram. A stone plate was suspended above his head, emitting a vast and terrifying aura. This stone plate was the Tai Chi stone plate that he had obtained from the heavenly wind plains. During this period of time, he had been studying the inscription secondary body. In the end, he concluded that this was a formation disk, a terrifying formation disk. With the help of this formation disk, the Ming Lian secondary body had lit up 2 mental lamps in a short time. Now, he had already lit up 8 spirit lamps. In the past year, his second body had been cultivating and had made great progress. With the second Bodhi's current cultivation, it was completely enough to communicate with the laws through inscriptions and try to use the power of the laws to enter the half-saint realm. However, Lu Ming would not do that now. 8 spirit lamps were too few. He needed to light 10 spirit lamps before he would consider entering the half-saint realm. Lu Ming called this array disk the Tai Chi array disk. Buzz. With a thought, golden mental energy fire spread out between the eyebrows of the Minglian clone and poured into the Tai Chi formation disk. Instantly, the Tai Chi formation disk lit up, and a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared, emitting a terrifying pressure. The yin-yang Taiji diagram seemed to contain a terrifying power of killing and sealing. It was very likely that this was a monarch weapon on the same level as the ancient Phoenix mirror. With the cultivation of the inscription's secondary body, it was difficult for it to unleash even 1/10,000th of the power of the Tai Chi formation disk. Even so, Lu Ming felt that Ming Lian's clone could easily kill a LV9 martial royal realm expert or even an ordinary half-saint by controlling the Tai Chi disk array. Lu Ming's face revealed a satisfied smile. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Windy Plains. Just this Tai Chi formation plate alone was a priceless treasure. It would greatly increase Lu Ming's combat strength and refine his second body, which would become Lu Ming's strongest trump card. After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and closed his eyes to cultivate. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming told Xiangxiang to stay in Cloud Dragon Valley at ease while he went to the cave abode of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master once again. I will take you to the Cloud Emperor Mountain first. If you want to go to the 100-tribe battlefield, you must go from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. Cloud Emperor Mountain? Lu Ming was puzzled. He had never heard of such a place in the Azure region. The Cloud King Mountain is not located in the Azure continent. It is located in another continent near the Azure continent, called the Cloud Continent. The Cloud King Mountain is the most powerful force in the Cloud Continent, and it is guarded by a monarch-level expert. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master continued to explain. Emperor-ranked power and the 100-clan battlefield, an emperor-ranked power. Lu Ming was shocked. An emperor-ranked power had a great emperor overseeing it. It was stronger than any sect in the Azure continent, or even stronger than all the sects in the Azure continent combined. Having a great emperor in charge and not having one were two completely different things. However, some of the books that Lu Ming had read before only introduced the Azure region. There was very little information about the regions outside the Azure region. The Yuan continent is vast and boundless. Every emperor-level expert can occupy a territory and establish a force. That territory is a state and is called by the name of the emperor. The great emperor of the Cloud King Mountain is called Emperor Yun. Therefore, the region where Emperor Yun is located is called the Cloud Continent. Our Azure continent originated from Emperor Tsang. If there is a new great emperor in the Azure continent in the future, the name might change. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. A great emperor can build a prefecture. Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. The Azure continent was so vast, yet it was only a territory that Emperor Tsang occupied. Master, how many large provinces are there in the Yuan continent? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Valley Master shook his head. The Yuan continent is too big. There are countless provinces. I don't know either. Countless big provinces? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. One continent represented one emperor. Were there that many emperors in the Yuan continent? Master has a map of the regions near the Azure region. Take a good look at it on the way. The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Then, with a wave of his hand, he rose into the air with Lu Ming and appeared outside Dragon God Valley. With a wave of his hand, an air-breaking flying shuttle appeared in the sky. The flying shuttle was purple gold in color and had a smooth curve. There were strange patterns carved on it, which looked very beautiful. One look and one could tell that it was much more advanced than the space-breaking flying shuttle that Lu Ming had. Ming, come up. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master stepped into the space-breaking flying shuttle, followed by Lu Ming. Whoosh! The Cloud Dragon Valley Master controlled the space-breaking flying shuttle. It turned into a beam of light and disappeared. What a fast speed! Lu Ming looked outside through the crystal glass. The mountains and rivers below passed by in the blink of an eye. The speed was unbelievable. It was at least 10 times faster than his space-breaking flying shuttle. This was definitely a top-grade flying shuttle. Lu Ming looked at it for a while before he sat down cross-legged and took out the jade talisman given to him by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. With a sweep of his spiritual senses, a map was reflected in Lu Ming's mind. This map was divided into different regions, and each region was a large province. There were dozens of large provinces recorded in it, all of which were large provinces near the Azure Province. The Gray region was located in the southeast of the map and was close to the Boundless Sea. The Cloud Emperor Mountain was located in the Cloud region and was in the northwest of the Gray region. That is, the Di family of the Di state. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. To the north of the Azure region was another large region, called the Emperor region. It was marked that the Emperor region was under the control of the Di family. Could it be Di? Di Xian's family, the Di family, actually has a great emperor in charge. Lu Ming frowned slightly. I once injured Di Xian in the Divine Wilderness continent. I'm afraid that this person will not let this matter rest so easily. In the future, I have to find an opportunity to get rid of this person to prevent any future trouble. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Then, Lu Ming imprinted the map in his heart and cultivated quietly. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's flying shuttle was simply too fast. In just 2 days, it had crossed the entire Azure region and entered the Cloud region, arriving before a vast mountain. Here, the two of them got off the space-breaking flying shuttle. What a majestic mountain! Lu Ming could not help but sigh as he looked at the mountain in front of him. The Gray Mountain was already majestic enough, but compared to the one in front of him, there was still a huge gap. Was this the Cloud Emperor Mountain? Looking at the mountain from afar, Lu Ming felt a supreme majesty emanating from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. This majesty seemed to be standing at the peak of all living beings, and everyone had to bow down to it. This was the majesty of a great emperor. A great emperor was hiding in this mountain. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out a message. Not long after, a white-robed old man stepped out of the Cloud Emperor Mountain. Brother Yun, why are you so free today to come to my Cloud Emperor Mountain? The white-robed old man smiled. It's nothing big. I just wanted to send my disciple to the 100 Clan battlefield, so I came to visit your old friend. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. It's just a fake that you've come to see me. It's true that you're sending your disciple into the 100 Clan battlefield. The white-robed elder laughed and looked at Lu Ming. Brother Yun, your disciple's cultivation is only at the peak of the 6th level martial royal realm. Isn't it a little too low to enter the 100 Clan battlefield? Danger lurks at every step in the 100 Clan battlefield. It's fine. Only danger has the effect of tempering. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. That's good. Come with me. The Cloud Emperor Mountain will be arranging a group of young Heaven's Pride experts to enter the 100 Tribe battlefield to train. You can go with them so that you can look out for each other. The white-robed elder said. Then, he brought Lu Ming and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master into the Cloud Emperor Mountain and arranged a courtyard for them to stay in. Brother Yun, you guys stay here for 2 days. I'll bring this little fellow to the 100 Clan battlefield in 2 days. The white-robed old man said his goodbyes and left. Ming, you must be very curious about what kind of place the 100 Clan battlefield is, right? At that moment, the Valley Master looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. He was indeed very curious. It said that in the ancient times, a war of the 100 races took place in that area. That war was extremely tragic and the sky collapsed. Legend has it that many emperor-level experts died. That was the 100 races battlefield. In the 100 clan battlefield, too many experts have died, especially the emperor-level experts. As a result, the laws of heaven and earth in that area have become chaotic and chaotic. The experts of the sage realm can't enter because of their domain laws. Once they enter, they will be affected by the chaotic laws, causing their laws to become chaotic. Once, there were experts of the sage realm who entered. In the worst case, they died from the chaos of the laws, and in the worst case, their cultivation was completely crippled. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. It's that terrifying? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right. That's why experts above the Saint Realm don't dare to enter the 100 clan battlefield. Only those below the Saint Realm can enter. Some half-saints have comprehended nomological laws but are not strong enough to enter. In addition, there are too many experts who participated in the 100 clan battlefield, and too many experts have died. There are countless treasures buried there, and it's simply a huge treasure trove. Many emperor-ranked powers will send their experts there, and as time passed, it became a place for geniuses to train. Now, it's become the first choice for geniuses of the various emperor-ranked powers to train. One by one, the peerless geniuses of the emperor-ranked powers will enter, tempering themselves in the face of life and death, seeking a breakthrough. That's why it's said that there's a place where opportunity and danger coexist. Because many geniuses enter with the purpose of tempering themselves, there's no need for a reason to make a move there. As long as someone thinks you're worth tempering, they'll make a move on you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained everything in detail. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes and said, Ming, do you dare to go to such a place? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.